After weeks and weeks and weeks of absolute radio silence, we now have 17,165 words worth of articles.
With pictures. There are some pictures.
Yeah, with pictures. Yeah, I saw the So they've also found, update. They found the login to the Destiny 2 team account. I don't know who had it, but apparently they found it again because they've been, tweeting like mad the last couple days.
Yeah.
And I saw they tweeted Dev Insight 1, 4,621. Dev Insight 2, 7,152. TWID, 5,392. So yeah, lots of words. We have many, many words to stumble over.
It's the kind of podcast that I relish and I also hate at the same time. And then I realise that I have to hate it again once I edit it.
Mm-hmm. Because we are just expert readers and definitely not going to stumble over a lot of these words over and over again. The good news is hopefully they're not going to introduce new words for us to figure out. So it's just all the old words that we already know and already can't say.
Exactly. So as it's just the two of us this week, shall we roll those titles and get going?
We must. We have so much to do.
So much to say.
Welcome to the only dependable weekly Destiny 2 podcast. Two Titans and a Hunter. A show that you can depend on as they are dedicated in bringing you all the latest intel, the mightiest news, and the boldest opinions from the farthest reaches of the Sol system. Whether you're a bright-eyed new Guardian, fresh from the Cosmodrome, or a battle-hardened veteran of the Red War, this is your dependable Destiny destination. We'll arm you with tips, tricks, and dependable tower-worthy tools to help you triumph, thrive, and revel in the glory of the fight. So without further ado, let's get on with the show.
So, welcome to the show. Peroty is back with me, Night Demon. Noble is having a holiday. It all got too much for him last week, and he can't be here this week because he's really upset. No, actually, he's on. He planned to go away, didn't he? And now he's upset that he can't be here this week to talk even more. So, yeah.
See, and here you were worried last week that I had picked, the 1 week annually to go away where they were going to drop all the information, and then I would come back to, next to nothing that you all would have to struggle through all the words. But don't worry. They waited. They did you a favor and waited 1 week for me to be back and Noble to be gone. So now I can stumble over all those words instead of him. And he can be sitting and listening and shouting at the podcast, in his car or house or whatever, going, "It's this. This is the word you're looking for. This is how you say that." Like everyone else is when they, when we stumble over things or simply can't remember the name of Wrath of the Machine ever.
Oh dear. How are you doing? Because you weren't here last week for the big fills, and we had Blue Screen turn up. Noble's always here, and Donnie joined as well. So they all expressed their very raw emotion because I think we recorded on the Friday morning of the TWAB. So for Blue, when we first started, it was literally still the Thursday. So he was getting a bit confused with his time zones. But yeah.
It was, I mean, like, it's one of those things, like, as many other people have said, like, you're kind of expecting, but you're never really willing to accept that, like, it's like, obviously something felt like it was on the horizon, and it felt like it was either going to be really good news or just continued really bad news. And
not this.
In the moment, I was sitting on a beach looking out at the water going, "This is a really beautiful place to feel so sad right now." Yeah, it just as I'm sitting there just reading it just in disbelief, I think, with everyone else going, well, like, I know it can't last forever, but like, really, like, this is what we're doing. This is the move. We've got this decade plus year old game and IP, and instead of expanding it, because I mean, how many times did we say, oh, when Sony bought them, oh, well, now they've got the might of all the Sony TV and movie and media arms behind them. Surely they must be doing something with this IP. I mean, this it's not like, it's no Star Wars, but it's a huge IP that has millions of fans that have played this game over the decade who've grown up with this game. And just to see them go, no, I think we're done, is just a punch to the gut. Just, it didn't seem real. And I don't know. I'm still not sure. It still doesn't feel real. Like it's happening. I'm not sitting here going, oh, maybe they're going to do this, or maybe, I can't remember. I think it was Rick Hackasino sending, putting the image up with threes in the cloud. It's like, oh, see guys, it's coming. It's a sign. I'm not riding the copium train of, oh no, they're just setting us up for this, secret reveal that's going to happen at, PlayStation State of Play, or, a month from now, they're going to announce something.
Yeah.
No, I've hit the point of acceptance in the stages of grief. I think a lot of the community is stuck at anger still, and then maybe some bargaining. But yeah, it was I don't know, fun is the wrong word, but it's fun listening to the show when I'm not here going, we do a good show. I can see why people like this. There's just rough listening to everyone, feeling like I was feeling that afternoon and morning, just not wanting to accept that this game that I've had a relationship longer than some of my friendships coming to an end is just a really surreal. It's just, the whole thing feels surreal. Like it just,
I think
it just feels unreal.
People are confused that it's not coming to an end. You can still play the game. It would be like if you purchased like Gears of War, that I can still go back and I can still play like Gears of War 1, 2, and 3. I can play the Gears of War 4, Gears of War 5. It's just kind of a static game. What you get in that package, apart from like the odd 1 or 2 patch, it's like that's the game. And I think that's the confusing thing, is that we're being left with the game. There's the continued cycle of like content that we've had, and the balance patching and everything else that's kind of come with the game is just kind of, that's the thing that's, I think, is confusing for the whole community, because we've grown up with this game being this way, and for them to just go, right, we're just going to turn it into this, and there you go.
Yeah. I mean, it's been this living, breathing, live service game for its entire life. And I mean, it's the thing that gives me hope and solace is, again, Destiny 1 is still online. Destiny 1, has not received an update since 2017, other than, the one random, activity appearing in the tower randomly one day that was probably on a schedule somewhere. That, everyone posted news about, it's like, the dawning, is in the tower decoration in Destiny 1 for some reason, but I mean, Destiny 1's been running for years, just as a game. Just the servers are up, it's running, it's, essentially in stasis, but it's there, it's still playable. I mean, people are going back and playing it today. People are going and finding it today. People who started in Destiny 2 are going back and playing D1. Like, it's, in a way, I mean, it's almost nice that it's there in its entirety for you to go and play. It's going to be what it is, for good or bad, for better or worse, it is what it is. And I mean, I think it's not that there's a good way to end a game like this, but it does feel, I mean, like the community team has said, like they're trying to get as many love letters out to players as they possibly can. And this does feel sort of like at the end of Destiny 1, where they said, hey, we're basically, we're going to give you all the things. We're going to push all the things into the games, all the fixes, all the updates, the improvements. Like, we're going to give it all to you at the end here. So it's all in the game. So when we, stop, developing it, stop changing it, it will be there and available for you to play. So it is nice that we're getting the same, the same treatment, because they could have just said, no, the game's just going to stay as it is. We're going to do one more update to remove some of the Star Wars branding because our licensing ran out, or something like, some like minor contractual thing. But then other than that, go, yep, the game's just going to be what it is. We're not giving you anything else. That could have been the way it went.
Yeah.
But, at least we are getting this. I mean, it's so frustrating too, to see the things we're getting that people have wanted for years. And, like even the Destiny 2 team saying like, oh, we, there's some of this stuff we've wanted to put in the game for so long. and it sucks that this is when it finally gets to happen, but at least it happened, So it's like don't be so sad that that it happened. Yeah, I can't remember the line. Just appreciate what's there. Appreciate that it did finally happen, and we did finally get some of these updates. I mean, how long have we wanted SRL for? How long have we asked for catalysts on some of these weapons? And we're finally getting this, which is, I mean, just it's all bittersweet.
Yeah, I mean, I remember vaguely, and I can't find where they said, but basically they did say that Sparrow Racing League would never come to Destiny 2. You would never get this, you would never get that, it's like, and it's here, and it's really bizarre. But yeah, like you said, it's the communities are all in different stages, and people are in different stages of like the grief, and it's really hard for people that don't understand what this is that they're feeling, or have never been through something like this before in like real world situations. I mean, not saying this isn't a real world situation, because it is for us, but I'm saying, like, if you've never gone through the death of a family member, a close family member, like your mother or father, or being made redundant and moved house, had babies and got married, like all those really stressful things that really test you. If you're too young or haven't experienced those things, it's really hard for you to kind of go through this. And I think that's probably why I'm dealing with it okay at the moment. I'm just like, yeah, okay. They said that they're drawing a line under it. I mean, if we could get a Destiny 3, great. I'm well behind like the petition. I'm well behind like getting into the game on the 9th to show Bungie, show Sony that, we do care. I mean, it's not like I've been away from the game. I've played it every single week. Even if I've had to work extra work kind of thing, I've still made sure that I've tried to log on and do my things for the week.
And yeah. I mean, it's interesting, again, because I've been just sort of, as we were waiting for all the huge dev inside articles and TWABs to drop, just, obviously sort of watching everyone else's reaction of their reactions and their, takes on all of this. And I think you hit the nail on the head too. Like it struck me is how much older some of, sort of our group was coming to this game. Like we were all in our, 30s or so coming to this game. And, and for some of these guys, it's like, has Destiny been the longest relationship in your life? And I think that I saw a number of comments of people who were like, I was in middle school, I was in high school, I was, this such and such years old. And when I found this game I saw one comment that sort of hit me. That said, I've played Destiny longer than I haven't played Destiny.
Yeah.
And I was just like, wow, like that's, just that perspective is wild. It's like, like this, this could be the longest relationship in your life, other than your, parents or siblings or whatever. But like, this could be the essentially the friend, the group that you've been with longer than anything else, and having that come to an end, is a rough thing to deal with. And if this is sort of the first, first instance you have, like you said, haven't been made redundant at work, haven't had any of these big life things happen. It's like this could hit you much harder. I mean, to say nothing of if this is what you've built your career around. For some of these guys, it's like, I left school to do this. I was in school and then this took off, and I've been, so thankful and so fortunate to make Destiny my career over the last decade to see this, come to an end, which again, it's not ending. Like you said, the game is still there. The game is going to be playable. The game is going to, I would say, be in the best state it's possibly ever been in after this update. We're getting so much stuff. We're getting so many things some of us have been asking for time and time and time again. Like we're getting this huge love letter and this huge amount of new content. Like the game isn't going anywhere. And, again, and given I would be much more worried, I would be asking myself, would I be playing this game in a year or 2 years if Bungie didn't already have the track record, which hopefully stays, of, again, Destiny 1 is still up. Destiny 1 is still playable. How many people have played Destiny 1 in the last 10 years? I don't know. Or the last, I guess, 9 years? Or, I don't know. 8 years, 7 years, whatever it's been since D2 came out. Like, it's like obviously those numbers were very small comparatively, but it's been up. It's they've maintained it, they've kept it going. It is still available to play. So that gives me a lot of hope and faith. And again, because they do have Marathon, they do have another game. It's not like they could just shutter Bungie tomorrow. There is a game that they need to continue to support, to continue to update. So it's like I don't fear that they're going to turn the D2 servers off anytime soon. So it's like it will be a game I can continue to play for as long as the interest is there and as long as the servers stay on.
Yeah, I think that is the only kind of worrying thing, isn't it? That yes, Destiny 1 has been up, but it's only been up because it's tied to Destiny 2 and the servers of Destiny 2 as well. So if Sony do decide that they don't want anything to do with Destiny 2 any further and they do turn the servers off, it's goodbye to both games, unfortunately. But I don't want to kind of worry people because nobody said that, but it is a possibility. It could get worse than what it actually is now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, certainly. I mean, and again, Sony could turn around and say, okay, Marathon's got 90 days, Marathon's got 6 months, it's got a year. And if it doesn't doesn't hit the metrics, and if they don't get another game greenlit, because, again, from reporting from, Jason, I think Jason Schreier or Paul Tassi or both have said, there've been a lot of things pitched, but there's nothing else greenlit. There's nothing else in progress. Now, again, is that 100%? No, but, it's, from what they're hearing, and it's, generally overall in terms of like, is there a game in progress? Yes or no? It doesn't seem like there's anything else in progress right now. Is that to say that that's 100% true? No. Is that to say that, something couldn't have gotten greenlit recently? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's there's, this is the thing, again, for years we said, Destiny 2 is the game Bungie is making. They can't shut it down because that's how they're making 100% of their money. Well, now Marathon is going to be how they're making 100% of their money. And in addition to whatever, I'm going to assume relative pittance that Eververse is going to bring in post-update. So it's like, they need to keep that on. And presumably, Destiny 2, as goes Marathon, as goes Destiny. I'm going to assume that there's some overlap in infrastructure there, some overlap in server stuff. I don't know, but yeah, it like I said, it worries me a little bit, but not in any real way, and certainly not in the short term. No. Because they wouldn't be giving all of this to us if they were going to turn around and shut things down in a year. He says, hopefully, yes. In May of 2027, that's why I mentioned it, because in May of 2027, as we're still playing our game, right, Bungie?
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it, because it's not a given that it's going to stick around. It is at the moment, and we never thought that Destiny would come to or Destiny 2 would come to this point without something in the future. We'd be like, oh, we've only got to wait another year and a half and there'll be a Destiny 3 kind of thing. I don't think that's what the community expected, because we've gone from having Destiny 1, knowing that there would be a Destiny 2, and we didn't mind that, that we'd have to have a period of time between Destiny 1 and 2 that we would just be playing Destiny 1. And the same, I think the community expected that if Destiny 2 came to this point, there would be something in the future. If it wasn't a Destiny 3, maybe a Destiny prequel or something else to continue the kind of cadence of what we're kind of used to, with like a big game drop and then expansions and content drops and seasons and episodes and whatever else to kind of keep the Destiny franchise going. Yeah, you only have to look at I mentioned it again, the petition that's going on at the moment to get people, or to get Sony to develop Destiny 3, greenlight Destiny 3 is what the community are asking for. They're not saying continue with Destiny 2. We're asking for another game from Bungie, Destiny 3. And what is it up to at the moment? I think last time I looked, it was over 300,000.
Yeah, I just looked. It's 307,138 as of this recording.
We need more signatures. So we need more people to sign that and get on board with it, because things like that, I've heard people say, "Oh, that's not going to make a difference. Sony are not going to take any notice of it. Sony are not going to take any notice of us trying to server slam on June 9th." But this is how things get going. You build the momentum. I mean, I'm not trying to get everybody overhyped with this, but sitting back and not doing anything, you're just you're not going to get anything. But if you try at least what you could do minimum wise of signing a petition and trying to jump on June 9th and continue to play after June 9th to show that we do really want to keep this game going or get a Destiny 3 from Bungie, then do what you can to kind of help the cause. There's no skin off your nose if you sign the petition or jump on and play the game. I mean, my friend that hasn't played for I don't know how many years now actually messaged me the other day and went, "Oh, it's a real shame about what's happening. I'm going to jump on. I'm going to re-download it." I'm like, I haven't seen you in years, and you know about the situation, and you're jumping on.
Right.
And I think we had him on like episode 10 or 11 of our podcast way back when. So like 6 years ago, like really weird that it's starting to hit the mainstream media. I mean, IGN are reporting on things like this, and it's only going to take a short time before other news outlets, if we keep going as a community, that we get some kind of news out there, and other people will start to take notice of it. You can only but try.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what does it hurt to go play the game you love and sign a petition? Nothing. It hurts nothing. Even if DMG can't take that petition and player numbers into a meeting somewhere and go, guys, listen, there is enough interest in this game. Here is proof. People are still hungry for more. People are still hungry for this game. Might it mean anything? Maybe. Might it mean nothing? Who knows? But it hurts nothing to try. So, why not? It's a petition. You put sign a petition. You've signed things in your life. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't, but hey, every individual person, every individual name is one more vote for. I would be interested in this. Please give us more of this.
Yeah. I'm surprised that nobody started a GoFundMe yet. That is my surprise, that nobody hasn't started a GoFundMe to help, like, even put like the community money towards getting development going. Because I think I was listening to various other like outlets, like you were saying, Jason Schreier and Paul Tassi and other podcasts and other content creators saying, roughly 500 million to kind of even get it going to start off with. And I'm like, I'm sure somebody's going to do a GoFundMe at some point. Somebody's going to go, let's start a GoFundMe. If we can get over 300,000 signatures and all of them put in like a couple of pounds or a couple of dollars, let's see how far we can get to just semi-fund to get them going again. I mean, I don't know how that works, but it's I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, right. Yeah. It was funny. I think I was watching, and again, I've seen so many, I've watched so many videos in the last week. So
yeah,
I think it was Fallout, but I'm not 100% sure. You're basically saying, so many people are in my comments or in my chat going, what if a bunch of the big creators got together and, pooled their funds and were able to, and he's like, guys, listen,
how rich do you think they are?
yeah. Again, listen, saying, like just to get a hold of the IP, call it $500 million. Okay, so now you have the IP, even if you're not buying the IP, it's like, okay, so there's some amount of money just to get in the door, just to get access to, the licensing to do something with the game. Oh, and now you've got to pay people, and it's going to take years. Again, it's like video game development is expensive. And I think Jason Schreier, who's written a number of books, and talks about Bungie a little bit in, I think, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels is his first book.
Yeah,
he just wrote one. His latest one is called Play Nice, about like Blizzard, which is, I mean, if you're interested in like the inner workings of the video game industry, his books are great. His reporting is on point, and he's just started doing some YouTube stuff. And I think his first one was basically why did Destiny 2 die, or why did Destiny die, which was painful but interesting. And like he makes a point too, like Sony bought Bungie in I think it was 2022, and he makes a point of that was the era of zero interest and free money. When Microsoft bought Activision for $69 billion, people were just spending money left, right, and center. So it's like which puts some perspective. Now we're looking at gas prices and the price of everything else soaring and interest rates going up. It's like this was a time where people were just throwing ungodly amounts of money around at stuff. And it's like, did they overpay for Bungie? Yeah, probably, because they could. They could throw $3 billion at a studio like it was nothing. And just, just some of that perspective is helpful. But
I mean,
one of
he was
his,
also saying, wasn't it, like like we've always said, COVID had a real big impact on every industry. You couldn't go out, so there were more people playing, and the companies didn't see that would come to an end, and just didn't
Right.
factor that into what was going on. So it was like, and he was even shocked that it had kind of come to an end, because he said, I think he was saying that it was one of those games that he could kind of come back to, that it was just always there in the background, even, going off and playing other games, that he would be able to come back and still play Destiny 2. So he was quite shocked that this was actually happening as well. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's, I don't know if we'll put them in the show notes, but but just,
we can put them in the show notes.
But his why Destiny died, RIP 2014 to 2026. And then the one he made the next day, why video games cost so much to make. Again, just gives a little perspective of, someone who's been reporting on this industry and has talked to, countless people for years. Gives a little, again, there's so many people reacting and everything else. And of course, there's all the drama about the two games that we're not even going to touch on, really. But, it's interesting just to get, sort of someone's, not to say impartial opinion, but just, someone who's got less skin in the game, Jason Schreier's income is not based on whether Destiny succeeds or fails. He's a reporter looking at this from, hey, here's some context. Here's some sort of how, how the sausage gets made, which none of us know. None of us in this podcast room are video game developers. And, so we're like, we hear things, but we don't know how any of this works or why it's, hundreds of millions of dollars to make things. Just gives a little perspective on it, which was sort of nice. Like, it's one of those like, oh, that's nice to hear. Doesn't make me feel any better, but at least it's like, there's like intellectually a why here. It's not because Sony hates us, or it's not because, whatever. It's, there's real world whys to all of this. It's not because they hate you as a person or a player base.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it does go to the head of Sony Interactive Entertainment. I think originally it was Jim Ryan who was in charge when they bought Bungie. And he was all for kind of the live service model and developing like the online worlds and keeping them going, exactly what Bungie were doing with Destiny 2. And I think where he's kind of, he decided to retire in 2023, and then they got Herman Holtz, I believe it is, who's there now, isn't kind of a fan of that. And I think with that, also buying Bungie, looking at it now, I think they wanted the next big thing, which is why the big push for Marathon. And I think with Herman Holtz taking over, I think that was the big thing that they pushed for Destiny, or pushed Bungie for, which is why Destiny kind of got neglected as much as it had. And it's only in kind of retrospect now that you can look back at what happened with Sony, what happened with the acquisition of Bungie, to what actually happened with Destiny 2 and what's actually happening with Marathon, because Marathon's the only game that's going to be developed going forward. And it's kind of telling at this point of like, we bought you for both of these things, but because we've had a change in upper management who don't see that as a viable kind of money making thing, I guess, is like, because it's always all about the money, let's face it. And maybe the previous CEO wasn't kind of, I mean it's still, trying to make money for Sony, but wasn't too concerned that Bungie wouldn't be able to pull it around with Destiny 2 and pull it out of the bag with Marathon. And I think with all the different things that they had going wrong with Marathon, and then they had to take more time and more resources, and more of the team had to jump across and help out and develop Marathon. It's kind of telling now, like, with Marathon being the only IP that they're going to develop going forward, that Marathon, it's not Marathon's fault. To be honest, it's not Marathon's fault. And I think it also goes back to Pete Parsons and that whole kind of acquisition and the way that Bungie was run up until he kind of left recently, I think it was, wasn't it? It must have been about a year ago now that he's gone. That or maybe less than a year, that but Sony are like, I think they've always been looking for like the next Call of Duty or the next Halo, and to have Bungie and have Marathon under that umbrella as their thing is what they've always wanted. I mean, Destiny was kind of the added bonus, but they always wanted that kind of
the expertise.
You know,
they wanted to figure out, what was the secret sauce in Destiny? How were they successful with Destiny and Destiny
and
2?
Halo.
And right, yeah, and Halo. I mean, the pedigree of the studio is, I would say, unmatched. I mean, they've, they made, again, Marathon back in the 80s, Marathon again, Destiny 2, and Halo up to Reach 4. Yeah, I was trying to remember what the order was. Yeah, but a number of successful Halo games that then Microsoft owns that IP going forward. But I mean, Sony wanted them. I mean, that their whole thing was, yes, we want you as a successful studio, but we also want to figure out how to make our own live service games. They were looking at this going, well, World of Warcraft makes money on and on and on. Destiny 2, makes money every single year, and it's worth, again, what does it cost to run? I don't know, but it's enough that it's worth running year after year after year. Presumably, someone's making ungodly amounts of money to keep this successful. And Sony wanted them, I've used the term acqui-hire. We acquired you sort of to hire your expertise in addition to getting the game itself.
Yeah. And
then Sony, again, because Sony's whole thing was, we really want to have these live service games. So I found, I think, pushsquare.com has an article, in 2022, Sony announced it had 12 live service projects from first party, and partner studios in development. Since then, Last of Us multiplayer game canceled in 2023. Marvel's Spider-Man: The Great Web canceled at some point. London Live Studio service game canceled. They closed the developer in 2024. Twisted Metal canceled in 2024. Helldivers 2 they have on this list, and Sony really tried to tank that game by requiring PlayStation logins for people playing it on PC, which, just, again, their player numbers went into the toilet until Sony was like, yeah, this is a terrible idea. Maybe let's not do this. And sort of rolled that back. So that's, we'll put one on the list so far. The Payback Project from Bungie, canceled in August 2024, which was a Destiny World something. Concord, which I don't think I need to say any more about. A live service game from Bend Studio, canceled in January 2025. Live service game, a God of War game, canceled in January 2025. Some game called Fair Games with $sign for the S, announced May 2023, still in production. Marathon on this list, announced in May 2023, is out now. So, okay, there's two, Helldivers 2 and Marathon. And then Horizon Online, unannounced but widely rumored project. So I won't count that one since no one's announced it. But that's, that list of games, there's Marathon and there's Helldivers 2. That's it. That's all that Sony's been able to put out for live service games. I mean, this article is a little bit dated, but still, I don't think they've announced anything new in the last year.
No.
It's just, Sony looked at this and they wanted to have all these live service games and spin these up. And I think to some degree, I don't know if you can make a new live service game today. I think, Fortnite's seeing their numbers drop. All these people are seeing their numbers drop. There's only so many people with so many hours in the day. And I think one thing that I don't think enough people have talked about is Destiny 2's one of their biggest problems is the fan base grew up. Jason Schreier in his videos and many others have said, you start this game in middle school and high school. You start this game living at home. You grow up, you have a job, you have responsibility, you get tired, you're older now. There's stuff taking your time away from the game. And there's never been a good onboarding for new players. It's never been an accessible world to get into, which I think, again, I'm speculating like everybody else. It would have been nice to have, a TV show, a book series, a comics, a graphic novel, something to get people interested in the world of Destiny that could have maybe led them to the game. Because the game itself is not an entry point. Again, I had a friend that I worked at I used to work with, and he played World of Warcraft. I played, Destiny, and we would talk and sort of, compare notes periodically. He's like, "Should I try Destiny?" And I'm like, because he was, he like someone else, played it when it went free to play, played it for a while with his kid, and sort of, bounced off and said, it was fun for a while, but not something I want to invest in. And it always felt like it was never a good time to be like, yes, this is when you should invest. I think when Final Shape came out, I was like, there's probably no better time than right now. If you're going to play it and you're interested enough to pick it up, now is the time to do it. But it's just like, it's such a hard game to recommend. Like, unless you're going to sit and play with someone, like, and say, we're going to play together as friends. I'm going to lead you through this and explain it to you. It's just not a game that was inviting to new people. So, as your player base ages, of course those numbers are going to go down. People are going to have their kids. They're going to go to school. They're going to get jobs. They're going to, grow up, have marriages, whatever, things that take their time away. And, while we were sitting and playing, morning, noon, and night before, as your current player simply can't play your game as many hours and you're not replenishing those numbers at all, of course the numbers are going to go down. Of course, you're not going to see the revenues you were seeing before. It's just, you need to get people into the door, and that was just never something they were able to crack the code on, or never something they were given permission to do. Who knows? I'm really hoping that we get a Jason Schreier book here in a couple of years about the real back end dealings of what went down to Bungie when it's been long enough that people are able to talk, or NDAs have expired or whatever, or they just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Because there's a story to be told there for sure.
Well, I mean, I think with the acquisition, with Sony's acquisition of Bungie, like I said, they had a plan, and then when they changed president or CEO of Sony, it was like they've come in and they've seen it from their perspective, because I mean, it happens in every kind of workplace. You change management, and management want to come in and do their thing, or change things, and I think that hasn't helped as well. It's not like Herman's coming in and gone, right, okay, let's go with the vision of why we bought Bungie, and I think, I mean, Sony came out, it was the week before you went away, wasn't it, that we heard that Sony actually came out and said that they'd overpaid for Bungie. But I think their admittance of overpaying is from a different kind of structure of management. I think if you'd have gone back to Jim probably would have said, no, we didn't overpay. We paid exactly what we wanted, and we got exactly what we wanted. We wanted Bungie, and we were going to do X, Y, and Z, like you were saying, with all the different IPs that were going to be live service. Who knows if those things would or could have taken off and done really well. But just killing the projects because you could probably see no future in those, or you could see that Destiny was running at a loss at the time because it was after the Final Shape. There was like this big decline of players, which we knew as players was going to happen. But, slowly building up the momentum to kind of come back with the Edge of Fate. And I know Renegades went down even further, but it was a good expansion. They weren't as high hitting as the Witch Queen, as Forsaken, and others that we've kind of got previously. But who's to say that wouldn't have happened? If the management had continued and Sony had continued to back them, because that's what I think. I mean, if you're paying like, is it 300 billion for Bungie at the time? Yes, it's a lot of money. I mean, we as like players
3 billion,
could see.
Billion.
Sorry.
Yeah, all good.
But us as players thought that was a lot of money to pay for Bungie, and we're just players. We're not the high ups that deal with all that kind of money and that kind of acquisition. Those people know what they're purchasing, and I dare say that Microsoft actually overpaid for Activision because they wanted the IP of Call of Duty.
100%. Yeah.
If you want something that badly, you definitely overpay, and it doesn't matter what you're overpaying, because you get what you want at that point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And the math is very different when the interest rates are, close to zero. You're like, I'm going to pay my $3 billion and my interest is very little. Whereas today, if interest rates are, call it 5%, you're going to pay a lot more over the life of that acquisition. When it's basically free money because there's no interest on things, yeah, you're going to spend more than you would normally because you're not paying the interest. You're not paying all that extra. And yeah, like if Sony had bought Bungie and, again, any of those projects I just listed were a blazing success, if Marathon had come out of the gates on fire, if they had launched, The Last of Us and that was the next big thing, if they had the God of War, live service game was, blowing up the charts and just making them piles of money, they would be thrilled. They would be singing the praises of Bungie. We would have 6 new, Bungie projects greenlit. Like Bungie would be, the talk of the town and the crown jewel in their collection. It's like, you tried to replicate. You tried to replicate this. I want to say, once, maybe twice in a lifetime thing. It's like Bungie put out a game that is now in a good spot. But let's not forget where each of these games started. Let's not forget how rough both Destiny and Destiny 1 were when they came out. Everyone says, oh, we wanted Destiny 3, we wanted Destiny 3. No, yeah. You want Destiny 3 year 2. You want Destiny 3 after the first or second expansion. You want Destiny 3 once it's had some time to cook and to let the bugs get worked out. I've got a friend who says, hey, I'm excited to upgrade to your new operating system. I'm going to wait for the 0.1 to come out. The first round of bug fixes, the first round of, hey, let's do the rest of it. You don't want Destiny 3. You want Destiny 3.1. You want Destiny 3.2. You want to wait a minute for this to all get worked out. It's like all of the shiny new, we just want a new game. It'll be great. Don't forget, a new game comes with its own problems. We laugh and we read the known issues article every week and, the ongoing list of known issues. A new game brings all of these new things, especially if they're going to, use a new engine or, I've seen all sorts of speculation about, what's rumored to be in development or what they're secretly going to announce to us, in a year or something. It's like none of this is just snap your fingers and it's out there. There's so much time and effort and I was here for the launches. They weren't good. Things were rough. I think even Cheese Forever was like, I think I'll say, something like, they've had one good launch ever and you're telling me things are going to be smooth on June 9th. I'm not expecting smooth. I'm expecting, soft lock bugs, extended maintenance. The game
you say that
certain things equipped, which
the last couple have been really easy.
They have. So we're well overdue. Yeah. And I hope they are. I hope June 9th goes beautifully. I hope everyone who's crashing the servers are hitting the servers and they're getting in and they're having a good time and the streamers are all, having a good time talking with their chats and we're not all sitting in a queue waiting for something to process.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird times.
It definitely is. There's so much, like you were saying, there's so much stuff coming that is to look forward to, and they said it last week, and I wasn't prepared for it when they said that there would be multiple days this week that there would be developer insights. I in my brain, it was like, oh, we're going to have one a week for the next couple of weeks, and no, we're going to have a couple for the next couple of weeks. Because I suppose they've kind of the weeks where we were saying there's nothing really coming out of Bungie, we can't really talk about anything apart from the little teeny weeny bits in the TWAB. Something should have come. We should have had videos. We should have had dev insights. Now they've stored it all up and they've given it all to us this week to start off with anyway. So yeah.
It's they really. And again, it's like, was this due to the announcement of the live service ending? Was that was my other thought. It's just like, was this all sort of in the pipe, but they really had to say, were they told, no, we're not, decisions haven't been made, we're not. Because again, from the reporting, it sounds like the team found out when we found out that this was the last patch. Like it didn't sound like there was a lot of notice internally, and maybe a handful of people knew, but were really struggling with the fact that they knew that this was going to be the last patch, and their colleagues were, jamming on Shattered Cycle and working on the next thing and probably excited about whatever they were working on, only to find out that if it's done, I'm going to assume, hey, if it's done, it's getting wrapped into this update. If it's not done, it's never going to get done.
Yeah, it's on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, it's. I mean, again, who knows? There may still be some small things we get, but I'm guessing, I think I saw either DMG or the Destiny 2 team say, there will be some small bug fixes. They'll do little bug fix things, but they're not. We're not getting any new content. We're not getting new stuff. We're not. The game isn't going to change in a real way. They're just going to do some bug fixes and stuff like that, which is good because that was part of my wondering is, are we going to get anything? Are you good? Our known issues list, is that also going to be static? Are we going to maybe work through some of these at some point, or is that?
Well,
is that
I mean, if the game's not changing, then it's they can work through them slowly, get them sorted. That one person slowly knock it off their list as they work through everything. But I mean, as we're kind of talking about them, should we start with our first dev insight for the Return of the Director? So this is the one that's 4,000 or 5,000. Lots of words.
Yeah.
So this is our first developer insight article preparing for the release of the Monument of Triumph on June 9th. They've got quite a bit to get through over the next few weeks. So today's article focuses on the Return of the Director and Destiny 2 activities. So here's a quick list of what we'll be covering. So we'll be covering the Director, the layout, the additions, and updated destination loot. Distortions, adding some spice to selected patrol modes. Portal, breaking down the barriers and overhauling the experience. Gambit Ops, and your resident Gambiteer is here to tell you all about the Gambit Ops, bringing our old friend into the fold. Now, I don't know why we're bringing Gambit Ops into the portal if the portal's being pushed to the back, because surely you just leave it where it is and you just bring it up. But hey-ho, not my decision. Heavy Metal, Vehicular Mayhem, Sparrow Racing League, the return tracks, new loot, and some twists along the track. And don't forget the forklift truck, because we all forget the forklift truck and nobody's mentioned it yet. But it's there. Just know it's going to get you. Not once, twice, probably for the first 5 times that you play it. And then you remember it's there on the 6th time, and then you hit it again on the 7th. It's going to be there. It's going to get you.
When they secretly move it in a bug fix patch. It'll be the one thing that gets moved is the forklift.
maybe it's actually moving backwards and forwards this time. That was
Okay, but Bungie, if you haven't, give Sweeperbot the job just to move the forklift periodically. just once a week, have him drive it around. You just do a different spot in the map.
Yeah. Oh, geez. So with the release of Monument of Triumph, they're putting the Director back at the center of your gameplay. It's your guide to the Destiny universe and a place to plan your adventures. It creates that feeling of wonder we all love. You'll see the Sol system before you, ready to explore. Bring the Director up to date. They've added Kepler and the Lawless Frontier to the space as well. It looks lovely. It looks how it should have been without the portal.
Yeah, it makes me so happy to see, and also just so frustrated at the same time.
Yeah.
If we just could have gotten this maybe post final shape, would we be where we are today? But we're not. We're not going to dwell on the what ifs. We're here for the what is.
Mm-hmm. So destinations and patrol updates. Destinations have always been the foundation part of Destiny. Whether you touch down briefly for public events, roam areas for patrols and secrets, or find various factions moving against each other. Our first steps as Guardians were in the Cosmodrome. Beyond that, they spent over a decade patrolling the wide wilds of Sol system to protect the last city. With the return of the Director, we felt now it was a better time than ever to thrust players back into these frontiers. So they've revitalized each pre-Edge of Fate destination loot with new perks, tiered weapons for non-craftable pools, set bonuses that will reflect the themes and stories. For our destinations featured crafted weapons, as outlined in the Monument of Triumph article that we read last week, they will be receiving additional perks per column to make them feel up to modern Sandbox power standards. They're also introducing a new event, one with some added difficulty that appears during distortions that can only occur on certain destinations. You'll primarily be able to earn the loot through public events. Base completions will grant Tier 3 rewards and Heroic Tier 4, with each drop having the chance to upgrade all the way up to Tier 5. During a distortion, these rewards will be upgraded by 1 tier to match the added challenge. Unique destination activities like Blind Well, Altars of Sorrow, or Terminal Overload will also distribute tier rewards. Full details in the patch notes. So this isn't the patch notes. We're getting that probably on the day. Additionally, they've updated what they call the World Loophole, and through legendary engrams that dropped from general gameplay to now feature a collection of tiered loot with gears spanning multiple years of Destiny 2. You may find a few old favourites inspired Splicer Tech or our old friend Saint 14 with this engram. With that said, let's look at the loot from the few destinations. Below is a taste of what's to come, and they want us all to be excited, so they're not going to spoil our appetite and tell us all the different things. They're just going to tell us a few things. So, Cosmodrome, where it all began. Many Guardians recall their first moments of waking in the old Russia, and they weren't alone. Rasputin the Warmind called the Cosmodrome his home and proved himself a mighty ally of humanity. The returning weapons that drop from the Cosmodrome come from Rasputin's storied arsenal, along with a new origin trait. So the new origin trait for the 7th Seraph weapons, aren't they? So we've got to look at the 7th Seraph CQC-12, which is the shotgun. The new origin trait is Eyes Up. This weapon gains reload speed, range, and increased damage against combatants for a short time when combat begins. Final blows extend and enhance this bonus.
That is very silly. I like that.
It's got another one. It's got 2 origin traits on there, hasn't it?
It does. One looks seraphy, and one is, I'm going to assume, Eyes Up, but I don't know.
Yeah. Our sample weapons from the Cosmodrome is a reprisal of the 7th Seraph CQC-12, updated with new perks and keeping its Rasputin Arsenal origin trait. Rasputin's Arsenal refills 50% of the magazine, rounded up from reserve upon breaking elemental barrier champions or players' shields. The updated perks, we've got Slide Shot, Discord, Quick Draw, Threat Detector, Disruption Break, Heal Clip, Dual Loader, with Snapshot Sights, Closing Time, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch, Chain Reaction, Incandescent, and Surrounded. For Nessus, with our good robot, Failsafe and friends, bad robots, the Vex, and a lot of early Guardian memories, Nessus deserves a loot pool that reflects its status as a classic destination. So the Sandbox team reached through time and pulled together a collection of weapons reflecting Guardian's many expeditions on the unstable centre. The reprisal that we've got a picture of is the Pluperfect. Was that one of those weapons that... Where did that come from? Because I want to say it was that kind of gardening kind of event. I can't remember the name of the event now. The one that you could only get the Arbalist from. But then didn't those weapons, weren't they, didn't they have all the plants all over them, those weapons? I can't remember now.
Yeah, the Vex event. Yeah, it looks like, it came from... It says it was a season pass reward from season 8.
Oh, okay.
All the way back then.
Wow. So those weapons,
it's
season 8 weapons. Yeah. So we've got a new origin trait for this, which is Fail Deadly. Dealing damage grants a stacking bonus to the magazine size, target acquisition, and range until your next final blow with this weapon. And as a sample of the Nessus Pluperfect, reprised with the new perk pool, built to play into its deliberate, hard-hitting identity while opening up new kinetic focus options. So it's going to have Outlaw, Rangefinder, Dynamic Sway, Rewind Rounds, Stopping Power, Enlightened Action, Demolitionist, Rampage, All-Star, Kinetic Tremors, Adhesive Ordnance, Closing Time, Aggregated Charge, and Adrenaline Junkie. And that's an auto rifle. Yeah, that is an auto rifle.
Yep, lots of tasty rolls on that one.
Yep. Europa, we have the High Albedo, which is a sidearm, and that's got a new origin trait, Winterized Gear. After being out of combat for a moderate duration, this weapon gains stability, reload speed, and handling. These benefits decay over time after re-entering combat. So this one is going to be having auto-loading holster, bewildering burst, impulse amplifier, enlightened action, shoot to loot, stopping power, blast distributor, kinetic tremors, ancillary ordnance, one for all, all-star, frenzy, desperate measures, and surrounded. And this is a micro missile frame. That wasn't a micro missile frame before, was it? That I can remember.
Oh, we didn't have micro missile frames.
No.
Before, I can't remember the name of the first one we got, but yeah, no, it was just a regular sidearm before.
Yeah, so it's been changed.
Yeah, it was an adaptive burst archetype before. Well-rounded, reliable, fires a 3-round burst.
So you can have your old one and you can have your new one. There you go. I wonder if they've changed the Pluperfect as well, because it says it's high impact. But again, I don't know until we get there. I mean, they've kept the 7th Seraph as the same because that was a lightweight frame. I vaguely remember that being that. But yeah.
Blue Perfect was a high impact frame, and you said it was
Yeah, it's high impact again.
high impact. Okay. So yeah, so
Fair
that one's
enough.
still high impact. Yeah. Yeah, the high albedo, I saw that one just in the preview, and I was like, I remember that being a great sidearm. But as a missile frame, that could be more interesting.
Yeah.
Especially with some of the perks they've thrown onto it.
Yeah, it wasn't until I was reading the perks, I was like, I'm sure that's different. I mean, because originally I was like, oh yeah, high albedo, sidearm, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, micro missile.
Yeah, I guess we should have just keep going. And no, your eyes do not deceive you. High albedo has been updated to be the first kinetic micro missile sidearm.
Ooh.
First, and I will assume only one, unless they threw another one in the loot pool somewhere.
Maybe, well, there's so much in the loot pool, isn't there now?
Right.
Oh, jeez. So,
Oh.
distorted destinations. So, patrolling the system. Over the past few years, Destiny 2 has focused more attention on structured campaigns, exciting playlists, and challenging cooperative activities. This has led to the patrol mode feeling a little left behind without strong rewards or clear reasons to return. Many players have had little incentive to explore the wilds of Sol. So, to remind Guardians of the allure of wandering these worlds, we're introducing a new feature on several destinations called Distortions. So every hour, a different destination becomes the focus distortion. The sky tears open, reality distorts, and a corruption spreads. While distorted, the planet's enemies are empowered and more fearsome. Oh. So we've got pictures of the Cosmodrome, the moon, and
yeah,
is that more Cosmodrome, or is that? I want to say that is.
Looks
maybe
like
EDZ,
Cosmodrome, but yeah, maybe it's hard to say.
And Throne World.
Yeah, and it just says so. We're getting 7 destinations. So
yeah,
we'll see.
And then on the next picture,
like
they've got Europa as well.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Kepler and Lawless Frontier are not going to be included in these. It'll be the ones
older distance, yeah.
Planets we had before, basically. A reason to go back to the Dreaming City and Kepler. I mean, Dreaming City and Europa and all these old places, Nessus, where you haven't been visited in 1,000 years. Oh, and thank you, Bungie, for showing us on the director when they're coming in. Hey, they have a nice screenshot. Distortions are corrupting the area. Distorted for the next, 59 minutes and 44 seconds. So thank you for again not making someone have to build a web app to say, where are these? What's happening? How do I find them?
Oh, there probably still will be an app or
100%.
Yeah,
Discord bot or something. Something will still tell you, but at least the game will tell you, hey, look at the planet with the big red marks around it. That's where you want to go for the things.
Yeah. Every enemy will become distorted too, making them tougher, more aggressive, and a little more dangerous. But they won't massively change the low-stress nature of the patrols, but you might find the occasional time that you find an encounter that tests your skill, even of the veteran Guardians. You also discover some familiar challenges in new places and some strange signals leading to hidden rewards. Ooh. Speaking of rewards, they're making Distortions uniquely rewarding by providing a new weapon set that players can earn in these events. And to balance the increase in challenge of the distorted enemies, you'll see higher gear tiers awarded from playing public events. Oh,
I wonder if these are going to be, because wasn't it Neptune that launched with Lightfall, where all the enemies were just really tough and really beefy, just out in the world. I wonder if it's going to be similar to that. Of you're going to show up, but everyone's going to bring everyone you're fighting has brought their A game that day. Everyone is just tougher, hits harder to kill. I wonder if it's going to be that level of difficulty or if it's going to be more or less. I'm curious and I'm excited for it.
Yes, definitely. And one of the best pieces of news that the portal, they've heard us loud and clear, and the portal tab is gone. However, they didn't remove it completely. So you will still be able to have quick access to the Destiny playlist and content. While players can navigate the director for numerous activities, they still wanted a portal of sorts to quickly find the content that you want to play when you want to play it. So they've reacted and they're refactoring scoring, difficulty, and customization and customization quite a bit further to address feedback around the system. More on that in a later section. Portal activities, bonus engrams, bonus focus, and seasonal hubs are still accessible. The Portal Ops categories are built into the director itself. In the director's screenshot above, you'll see a row of familiar icons at the bottom of the screen. They are the doorways to the portal-like sub-screens, allowing you to still access and configure the activities you'd like to play. You may have noticed in our director preview that there are a few returning icons in a row at the bottom. Yes, Gambit will now have a portal category updated with scoring, and raids and dungeons will have an easy access point on the front of the director. Dungeon Ops will be retired, and the space will simply be a space to quickly find and play full raids and dungeon content. And then we have a screenshot of the Fireteam Ops, which shows us quick play normal, quick play master, and then the Grandmaster for the week, I guess. I don't think we're going to kind of change the cadence of that. I think they'll pick one nightfall and it'll be the Grandmaster for the week, and you'll get a weapon for the week. They haven't said anything else about that, but yeah.
Maybe that's coming. Yeah, and then missions. Yeah, I mean, that's... As much as I loathe to give any kudos to the portal, it'll be nice in the game to have a place to go and like find the raid and dungeon versus what we always do and go, wait, which planet was that on? Which corner of the direction?
That was the fun of it. That was the fun of it.
Do I need to go and find this? So, I mean, at least it'll be a place to have all that in one spot. And again, if you are trying to say, hey, I want to, for the handful of people who want to go in and configure a run, hey, I need to get this done. I need to do an activity with this. It'll be nice to, again, to have that configurability without having to use the configurability, so I'm happy that we finally got Gambit in the portal. Unfortunately, it took the end of everything to get there, but
well, technically it's not in the portal. Technically it's not in the portal. They've just moved the icons from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen, but they've portalified it in the fact that you can now get meaningful rewards from it, I guess.
So, I mean, I careful what you wish for, but hey, I'll take it in the end.
Yeah. They're also going to add some of Destiny's legacy stuff back for the Monument of Triumph. So we are going to get in the Fireteam Ops the Heist Battlegrounds Mars, the Disgrace, the Lightbearer, the Scarlet Keep, the Corrupted, and Lake of Shadows. New in the Pinnacle Ops,
Lightblade, is not Lightbearer.
Lightblade. He's a Lightbearer.
He is.
He's called the Lightblade.
Yeah, but he has a proper name. Call him by his name, sir.
Okay. New in the Pinnacle Ops, new to that Pinnacle Ops category that's always been there, Operation Sever Shield and 0 Hour. Well, Operation Sever Shield is on a rotation normally, but 0 Hour and the Whisper were always kind of in the Legacy tab. So, yeah. And new Arena Ops Override on a 4-week map rotation. So I think they do tell us about Override somewhere else.
Yeah,
but we'll get
somewhere
to that.
In these 17,000 words. I feel like I saw that.
Yeah, but the difficulty and rewards update. So portal activities are getting a difficulty overhaul in Monument of Triumph, and the overarching theme is less math, more playing Destiny.
Woo-hoo.
So yeah, they've got a nice little chart here of basically if you go for Grandmaster and get an S tier, you get tier 5, Ultimate S plus, get tier 5. That's all you need to know. Anything below that is tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, tier 1. But why would you be playing those? Hey, we're all at 550. They haven't said that they're going to change our power. We're just going to go in at 550. We're going to be no. But I mean, people that are starting the game, normal difficulty, rank reward is a C and tier 1, advanced B, tier 2, expert A, tier 3, master A plus, tier 4, Grandmaster and ultimate, tier 5s. So there you go.
Crucible, you just have to get good, because for Crucible modes, grade A and higher will yield you a tier 5 loot drop. So play well, succeed, and you'll get good loot.
You will.
Yeah, and then you go and then you talk about, hey, you can go and still configure things if you want to, go in and play this thing to, if you want to earn tier 4 gear, but you don't want to face champions, you can play at expert and add some mods. So, you can sort of mix and match around of, hey, I still want the good rewards, but I don't want to fight champions, or I don't want to do this, or I want to turn this off. Just reminding us that yes, you can still go and, modify your game exactly how you want it for the handful of people who really enjoyed that.
Yeah. I suppose, we did find out that you could put on stakes that would make it hard, but they wouldn't be like super hard. It would be quite, you could make it up to ultimate difficulty, but it wouldn't be like banging your head against a wall. It'd be like 3 of you mildly banging your head against the wall kind of thing. So it wasn't as bad. You could, add your stakes and your boons and yeah, it did give it another level, and you can still do that in those kind of portal activities. I think things like Grandmasters and that will still kind of be set in stone to be difficult at that. So they will still be there.
So how will matchmaking work then? Which is a question I've asked myself many times. So we're also updating how the matchmaking and customization will work around the portal activities. We want the system to stay approachable while also providing variety. So in match-made versions of portal activities, your activities will include fewer modifiers than what players had previously encountered, but it will grant you rewards and rank for that selected difficulty. Great, simple, easy. Mm-hmm. Revive token counter also getting updated across Fireteam, Pinnacle, and Arena Ops. We've heard your feedback about how Revive tokens feel in Arena Ops, and as a result, we're removing them on all difficulties. Thank you.
Yeah, that's something I know you picked up on many a times, wasn't it? And I think Blue was talking about it as well. It's like you go in with blueberries and they just kind of eat through the revive tokens, and you're like, well, what am I going to do now? I didn't die.
Right. And the first time you die at a boss, you're done for because you've blown through them all.
Yeah.
So and like they say, they should make joining activities in progress and navigating the chaos of a 6-player content a smoother experience. Because you join halfway through and you're the last revive, and then that's it. They've blown through the rest of them. Mm-hmm. For Fireteam, Pinnacle Ops, and Grandmaster difficulty, we'll now start with 7 revive tokens. Ultimate will start with 5. Our goal here is to create a little more breathing room in the revive token economy while still preserving the level of challenge players expect from these difficulty tiers. Now, if you just want to go one step further and tell me when my time runs out, you don't take all of my hard-earned tokens, I'd be even more thrilled.
That's a secret thing that you have to learn while playing the game.
Yeah, so maybe there's something they're gonna not tell us about, but hey, I'll take what I can get.
Yeah.
They're also gonna add variety to our loot. So the following portal ops activities are gonna receive exclusive weapon reward pools and armor collectibles with unique set bonuses. So we have the Crucible Ops general pool, the Crucible Ops competitive pool with an additional exclusive pool. I assume once you get good, which I will never be, but maybe one day. Trials of Osiris gets its own pool, Iron Banner, Gambit, and Sparrow Racing League. Own loot and its own pool of stuff. Solo and Fireteam Ops will also have unique weapon reward pools and will now share a new armor collectible with a set bonus. Arena Ops also have their unique weapon pool and share an armor collection with an additional pool for Onslaught. More details below. Additionally, Arena Ops weapons will have a hollow foil variant. We hope you enjoyed discovering them as a little surprise. I do like a hollow foil. Alright, so Onslaught, Contest of Elders, and the Coil. So they're already making big changes to Onslaughts, and the Crawls are named for activities with escalating difficulty during gameplay. After reading feedback and looking at the data, we weren't happy with the amount of play these activities were getting, because they were long, and we had no revive tokens, and thus we ran away.
Yeah.
So we're taking some big swings to make these activities more enjoyable and rewarding for your time. So for Onslaught, we've increased the scrap you earn from sources by over 40%, allowing you to max defenses at each location. We've removed revive tokens from this mode entirely. Wild applause, because there's nothing more frustrating than, again, joining one or getting so far in and then just running out of tokens and having to, hope the one living person lives long enough to earn another one.
Yeah.
We've reintroduced the difficulty curve. Now, for the first 10 waves, it'll be easier than the difficulty you selected for the next 10 waves, increasing in difficulty, and the final 10 waves increasing to the difficulty to match the difficulty selected. Okay, so instead of it starting at whatever you select, you're working up to that point.
Which is what it was when it had Into the Light. I vaguely remember it was escalating, wasn't it? It was like, it starts off quite forgiving to start off with, and then
Yeah.
once you get past that point of you have to wait for the revives. I think, was it after 10? You get down to, like, if you die, you can't instantly revive. You have to wait like 30 seconds to kind of be revived, and the enemies got a lot harder. So I think it's kind of gone back to how that was before. So cool.
Yeah, it's sort of that return to form. So yeah, for example, Grandmaster Onslaught, first 10 waves will be like Expert, second 10 will feel closer to Master, and then the final 10 will be at that Grandmaster difficulty that you've come to expect.
Mhm.
They're also reintroducing the full Brave arsenal from Into the Light, with tiers, into the Onslaught reward pool that will drop at the end of every 10 waves in addition to your Pinnacle Op reward pool drop.
See,
So-
Noble called it last week, didn't I, Noble? I did.
Sure did.
I said to him, that's what they'll do. They'll give us those select weapons, but then we were like, maybe they won't be as lazy but yeah, they were. So, but
Yeah.
not that
But-
it's a bad thing, because those weapons were really good. That's why we liked going and playing Onslaught, and then
And
they
then we
got
were
taken out
sad
of
when
there.
they were immediately not in the tier system. So then why? So that's, I'm happy to earn those again. I did see somewhere, again, I'm going to give credit to Destiny 2 team / DMG because it's somewhere. I did see someone ask, are we going to get the special holofoil from Into the Light back? And they did say no. So if you have a holofoil Brave Arsenal weapon, hang on to it. Because while you can earn the weapon again, you cannot earn that special holofoil version. That's going to remain an Into the Light exclusive, presumably forever.
Ooh,
So
that's cool.
yeah. So the Coil, they've reintroduced a difficulty curve. Now the first path will be easier than the difficulty you selected, and then guess what? The next path will be increasing in difficulty, and the final path will be the difficulty you selected. So same ramp up as Onslaught. Perfect. They've also added World Pool rewards to the Coil reward pool that drop at the end of every pathway, in addition to the Pinnacle Op reward pool drops. So more stuff. I'm enjoying the more stuff. I do like rewards, especially for those modes that especially the Coil, which can just feel very long between getting rewards, especially if you're fighting through with your blueberry friends.
Now, before you get to your exciting thing, I just want to run through what the weapons are that are going to be available from Into the Light. So we have the Mountaintop, which was the grenade launcher. It's the micro missile frame grenade launcher. It just fires in a straight line. It's brilliant. Midnight Coup. So that's back again, Noble. You like that? Blast Furnace, the pulse rifle from the Forges. That's going to be back. Hung Jury SR4 scout rifle. That's back. Succession, which is a sniper rifle. Forbearance, which is, again, I think that's another grenade launcher. Yeah, an arc grenade launcher. And that's a wave frame. We then also have Luna's Howl, which was the competitive hand cannon. Again, that's going to come back. Elsie's Rifle, that is back. That's a pulse rifle. The Recluse. Edge Transit. Who doesn't want more Edge Transits? Hammerheads, which was a Void submachine gun. Falling Guillotine, which was a sword, and that's it. So they were very tasty weapons that had kind of been hand selected over the years and then put into the light. And now we're getting them back again without the holofoils, but you may find a tier 5 god roll of these weapons that you didn't get last time. So yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, there's still some tasty rolls. And I did find it is because I had sort of the same question. Real Lich Hours asked the Destiny 2 team, will we have consistent matchmaking for at least one crawl activity in a given day, or will it be like right now where sometimes there's no match-made Pinnacle Ops? And the Destiny 2 team says, yep, confirmed, there is always one Onslaught and one crawl available for matchmaking. Okay. Which is great to be able to log in any day and know at least you have a crawl activity and an Onslaught available for matchmaking. Because sometimes you just don't have other people to play with and you just want to do those, but you're not going to do those solo because that's silly and you're not esoteric.
Yeah, Onslaught currently rotates, I've said this before, rotates between Widow's Court and Midtown. So hopefully, and they stay up for the week. So if it's Midtown at the beginning of the week, it's going to be Midtown right up until the reset the next week. But that could change with this whole kind of update. But hopefully we'll keep you posted. If it moves to a daily thing, we'll let you know.
Yeah, at least it's good to know there's matchmaking there, because that's sometimes you just want to play things with people who you didn't bring yourself. The entire point of playing games online. Yeah,
Now you
good
can get
news.
to your excited bit.
Now we're going to elevate Gambit. Finally, it's only taken how many years? For some time now, we've our players have felt the core activity rotation has been lacking of a very special PvEVP activity that was introduced in Forsaken. We agree. In the Monument of Triumph, Gambit gets a clearer home in the Director through the Gambit Ops. Our focus is on better placement, stronger reward support, any reward support, and a legible reward system, while keeping the core activity familiar for players who already know how Gambit works. Bank those moats. That's all you have to do. Just bank the moats.
Mm-hmm.
Integration into the portal means that Gambit Ops will have its own tiered reward pool and armor set bonus, and reprised weapons, as well as bonus drops and bonus focus. We finally got it. It only cost us everything. So tiered rewards are driven by activity scoring, and for Gambit, scores driven by team progress through the major phases, banking moats, summoning the primeval, and defeating the primeval. With the additional bonus score coming from Gambit rank. Are we going to get ranks back? Are we going to make them meaningful again?
I think we are.
No longer stuck at 10,000? Rewards are rooted in team effort rather than individual stat chasing, and a team that reaches the primeval phase will earn an S grade and a tier 5 gear, or an S grade and tier 5 gear. So getting to the final phase of the match is materially rewarded. So you don't even have to win. You just have to get your primeval up. You have to bank 100 moats, get the primeval up, and you're going to get good rewards. That's great. Because let's be honest, few things in Destiny feel better than banking a pile of moats or saving a game with a last-minute invasion. To keep the playlist healthy, Gambit needs strength in its rewards, and that meant looking through the player's identity from multiple angles, a reworked origin trait to match Gambit's unique rhythm, a return of many iconic Gambit weapons, and refreshed perk pools to give players reasons to dive back in. Our resident Gambit lovers and the Sandbox team took a deep pass on the weapons you've been asking for to make sure we give them some fun rolls. Here are some fun, quick examples. Or 2 quick examples. So we have the Spare Rations. It's a hand cannon, revision 1 apparently. It's getting the Gun and Run origin trait. Defeating targets builds stacks of Gun and Run for a short duration. Sprinting for a short time consumes a stack, partially reloading the weapon's magazine from reserve. On bows, it briefly improves the draw speed. So run around and get ammo. Love it. And what's the Spare Rations getting? Well, it's also been updated to be a stasis lightweight hand cannon. Because I think it was just kinetic. I think it was kinetic before. And they're going to give it Slide Shot, Rapid Hit, Snapshot, Moving Target, Firefly, Keep Away, and Crystalline Corpse Bloom. And in the second slot, Kill Clip, Opening Shot, Eye of the Storm, Swashbuckler, Desperate Measures, All for One, and Explosive Payload. They wanted the Spare Ration to remain a sharp, responsive dueling weapon while broadening what players could chase on it. Its new pool offers a healthy, spread of PvE and PvP options from a classic hand cannon consistency pieces to payoff perks that give real flexibility outside of straight duels. Those words are all there. For some reason, my brain just could not process them. So if you're excited about hand cannons, there you go. Another stasis hand cannon. Ooh. We're also bringing back the 21% Delirium. Now with a full random perk pool while keeping its original static roll as a possible outcome. Ooh. Because what did it roll? It was like killing tally and something. It was a very it's a rapid fire frame, had a huge magazine, and it was just great fun to use because that was a pinnacle reward at one point.
Yeah, I think you can still, if you did get it or you bought it from the Monument of Light in the tower next to the vault, it comes as a static roll, so you can buy it from your collections if you got it. So you can pull it back out any time. But there you go, getting another version of it.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the original and ones I can roll with: Overflow, Reconstruction, Redacted, Trickle Charge, 4th times the Charm, Feeding Frenzy, Eddy Current. And the other slot, Killing Tally, One for All, Redacted, Rolling Storm, Redacted, Frenzy, and Jolting Feedback. So we're getting at least 3 new weapon perks in this update, because those are 3 redacteds in there. Interesting. The goal was to turn 21% Delirium into a deeper chase weapon without losing the version players remember. Its refresh pool opens up new ways to build around sustained fire, reload loops, and damage ramp while still leaving room for the classic role that defined it the first time around. Point and obliterate. That's exciting. I'm very pleased with. And also, I saw that Gnawing Hunger was coming back. I don't know if they covered that in an article, but I saw someone asking about that online, and yes, my baby will be coming back.
Yes, there is a
as
list on one of these articles of
Yeah.
everything that's kind of coming back. I think it's in the actual TWAB, so.
Yeah, I figured it was a list somewhere that we will get to eventually. So we've got our Crucible playlist rotation. So here we go, Deep, and this is going to give you exactly what's happening, so you won't have to guess anymore.
Well,
I'm certain that's definitely what they're going to give us.
Well, yeah. So in Monument of Triumph, Crucible players' offerings are moving to a more predictable cadence, and all PvP offerings are receiving a loot refresh to offer new weapons, armor sets, and cosmetics. So let's start with Iron Banner and Trials of Osiris. As they did say, Iron Banner now returns every 4 weeks, and then every week that Iron Banner isn't up, you've got Trials of Osiris at the weekend from Friday through to Tuesday. So what happened recently, and always has been the case for quite some time, when Iron Banner does show up, the control node in the director or the portal, wherever it was replaced with Iron Banner control. That will still be the kind of case going forward. But we also got another Iron Banner mode that replaced the other quick play node, either in the portal or on the director. That will also still be the case going forward. So when Iron Banner does return every 4 weeks, there will be 2 Iron Banner playlists. So it'll be basically what the Crucible is now. So when you go to the portal Crucible playlist, you have control, you have competitive, and then you have another mode. Sometimes you have an extra mode. Sometimes they go, well, let's stick 2 modes in here. But more often than not, it's just kind of the 2 Crucible modes, control and something else, which is normally random. And then you get competitive and then trials at the weekend kind of thing. Still basically going to be the same, exactly the same. There you go. That's it. Trials will not be available during Iron Banner weeks to help keep Guardians focused. And Trials is also undergoing changes to featured maps and weapon rotations. So instead of a single curated featured map each weekend, the mode can now vary from week to week. Some weeks may feature a singular map, while others can feature up to 3. But then reading, I think in the TWAB later on, it's based on kind of a weighting of the different maps. So they've got different maps that will be weighted differently. So you could, for instance, have like 6 games on, say, Javelin 4, because that is a heavily weighted map compared to like one of the bigger maps that's on like the Throne World or something. And you pay your 6 games on Javelin, you just get constantly getting that up. And then your 7th game could possibly be one of the lower weighted ones. So it could be like that. So it's, yeah, that the way they've written it here, it says, when I first read it, I thought, oh, okay, so some weeks we might just get 1 map, and then some weeks we might get a rotation of 3 or 4 maps kind of thing. No, that's not the case. They've done a weighting system for different size maps. So you may see the smaller ones up a lot more, or the ones that are more favourable in trials up a lot more than you do the other ones, but the other ones can still pop up every now and then. So apparently we have to check back every Friday to see which arenas you'll be challenged on. So hopefully if you do, you highlight it, it might say which ones are up. I don't know.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Featured weapons are also moving away from a single weekly focus and now drop from a featured weapon pool instead. And they've got more details on the map and weapons in the upcoming TWID, which we will get to. As for our broader PvP offerings, featured 6v6 modes continue to rotate weekly, with featured small team modes rotating daily until Trials takes over at the weekend. So Rumble will also be permanently available. So that's pretty good. That's basically what the Crucible node was like before we had the portal. We always had Rumble, we always had whatever it was, but then the 3-player or the 3v3s or the 4v4s that kind of came up were also on the weekly. Now they're going to be on a daily rotation. So that messes with some kind of guides and things, but hey ho.
Yeah, though at least it'll be better for if you're waiting for something or you want to play something. It's not, sign up this week, let me check back next week. At least you've got the chance for it to be there, but you also have the chance then to miss it every time.
Yeah, hopefully it's either a small odd number or a high even number, so that it's not always on the same day. each
Right.
week. So
Yeah.
here's hoping.
Sorry, Mayhem is only on Tuesdays. Hope you can play on Tuesdays.
Yeah. So this update also expands the small team lineup, with heavy metal added into the 3v3 rotation alongside a new 4v4 arena collisions, a new modifier mode built around more deliberate weapons first combat. Private match access has also been moved under Crucible Ops/Portal, where players can also find heavy metal and more new Crucible modes like arena. And they've got more information when they talk about the Sandbox tuning. So yeah.
And before we get to heavy metal, how do you feel about your Iron Banner being back up every 4 weeks? With now, I'm guessing Rift, Eruption, Control, and Fortress are the 4 we've had. Do you think we're going to see, Iron Banner Mayhem, some of those ancient ones that they're going to bring out?
Well,
or do you think it's going to be these 4 we're going to rotate through, or who knows?
We never got Rift, did we? We had it once, and then when they said that they were going to reshuffle it and bring it back when it was, I think before the portal, before we had Edge of Fate, they said that Rift would be included into Iron Banner again, and then we would have Fortress, Tribute, and the Control one. I think it's just Control, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fortress, Tribute, Control, and
Eruption.
Yeah. So yeah, just yeah. I would like to see like we had with like just have a Clash version, have a Mayhem version. We did have a Mayhem version in Destiny 1. I vaguely remember it.
Yeah,
it was very
we
good.
Definitely did. Yeah, I was trying to remember if it ever made it to Destiny 2, and I don't think it did. But yeah, I definitely remember playing
but
it.
I suppose Eruption
it may have
is
only
that
been like
version
once,
of it.
But
Eruption is that version of it, though. That's I think that's their way of getting around it.
No.
Yeah, no. It is. I'm okay with it being up every 4 weeks, and then looking at the trial, where the kind of the weapons and the armor and all of that kind of the cadence of those is quite interesting, and the pulls. I'm concerned that I think we were talking last week before when you weren't here about like gilding, and I think Blue mentioned that gilding's probably going away now. Like you may be able to gild the one time for this end part of it, and then that's it. Or it may have just kind of been taken out of the game, because as far as I'm aware, reading through some of these things, I haven't seen them mention gilding. And with the seasonal events disappearing, the gilding for those has kind of gone. So there's no kind of real reason to gild anymore. I mean, just yeah. But if every 4 weeks I have to play Iron Banner to gild, you know where I'm going to be every 4 weeks.
Yep. I guess the question is, did they ever fix the bug that would let you just, increase the guild manually? So maybe you can just do it yourself. Maybe you can increase your own guild each time you go and play.
I don't think they ever mentioned that. And as far as I was aware, it was only Gambit, wasn't it? That it was, or was there other ones?
Yeah, I know it was Gambit. I don't remember. I know Gambit because I had seen a couple screenshots of people that rank 300 and something, but yeah, I don't know if it was the others, but yeah, maybe they could just break it in the others too, and then you can just increment it. Hey, you've played. Let me increment this one more time.
Yeah. So yeah, heavier and more metallic. So heavy metal is back on permanent rotation in Crucible Ops with some fun updates. So if you've played heavy metal before, you know the fantasy. Climb into a massive vehicle, roll onto the battlefield, and then turn the other team into scrap. So this time, there's a new option joining the lineup with the Cabal Behemoth, which is basically the Star Wars little walker thing. So you can either select the Behemoth, the Brig, the Drake, or it can be random. So there you go. That's pretty cool. And as they've said, that it's going to be in the 3v3 rotation alongside the new 4v4 arena collision. So that's where you will find it. It's not going to be its own thing. It's going to be in that rotation. To keep matches feeling fast and punchier, they're lowering the score needed to win from 50 to 40. It's a small change, but one aimed at making modes feel snappier without losing the vehicle combat chaos that makes heavy metal what it is. So heavy metal is also getting a brand new map, Nightfall Station. If that sounds familiar, it should. The space is adapted from the wreckage of this vessel from the Renegades campaign, now reworked into heavy metal battlefield built for vehicle combat.
Interesting. Yeah. So all this time we did finally get a new PvP map for heavy metal.
Yeah.
The irony is not lost.
Yeah.
Now, are there two? Is there a day and a night time? Because they have two screenshots in here, and one sort of looks. Well, I mean, they both look dark. Maybe it's just different.
Yeah, maybe it's just one same map, different angle.
Yeah. Or is this one a little more? I don't know. A little more taken file. A little more. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I don't know either.
We finally got a new PvP map though. Nightfall Station.
Well, you say that. We've got more PvP maps, technically, with the return of Sparrow Racing League. So the long-awaited, frequently requested Sparrow Racing League is returning to Destiny 2, and it's permanent. So it's just going to be there. We'll be able to play it. We'll be able to race our friends, our enemies, and it's going to be amazing. Apparently, it's going to be livelier and feel a bit more chaotic from lap to lap.
Now, I do have a question that you guys brought up last week.
Yeah.
Are skimmers allowed?
Yes.
But it's not Skimmer Racing League. We've been over this, I thought. It's Sparrow Racing League. It's not Skimmer Racing League. They need their own league. That's illegal enhancements. They need to be in their own league to maintain the sanctity of SRL.
There would be an outcry if they'd have said skimmers are banned. People would be up in arms. They don't want another kind of revolt on their hands.
Yep.
Yeah. So Ghost returns as your SRL announce along with Shax, and there's nothing more motivating than Shax screaming at you to push for first place after your opponent just took you on the inside of a turn on Mercury. Skimmers are joining the fun, allowing you to choose between a Sparrow or a Skimmer before hopping into a 3-lap race against 5 other players. Players won't have access to rail grinding or manual jumps as a Skimmer, but be able to use destabilizers for rolls or flips.
Or be able, yeah. So you can't jump on a Skimmer or use your destabilizer for rolls or flips on a Sparrow.
Yeah,
which is too bad.
But they've done a ton of work under the hood to make sure that either vehicle in SRL feels equally advantageous to play. Speaking of under the hood, they've also updated SRL to support those photo finish moments at the end of the race. Close finishes can now properly assess ties, which means when 2 racers hit the line at nearly the same time, the results screen can better reflect that outcome. I thought when they said photo finish, I thought they were going to have like a thing where you could literally take a picture, or it gives you a kind of photo finish. You could do like a trick on your Sparrow or whatever and get a photo. No, that would be too much to ask.
Yep.
A couple of new mechanics have been added to SRL. Rocket boost reward for racers who nail their timing of hitting the gas just before the race begins. So a bit like Mario Kart, giving them an early burst out the gate. Trick boosts are just what they sound like. Landing a trick successfully also gets you a boost. On PC,
we are getting our tricks still.
On PC, Sparrows and Skimmer tricks can also be remapped the same way that emotes can, and they've updated the UI to support that. There you go.
Yeah, I was afraid when they took out like the barrel rolls and the destabilizers, they had taken the tricks away, which was half the fun of SRL, is hitting a big jump and doing a silly trick on your Sparrow. It's good.
Yeah,
glad those are still there.
And then it's like going through the kind of the flag poles to get your extra boost, wasn't it, as well? I'm guessing they'll still be there. So they say all 4 of the original SRL maps are returning. So we've got 4 new maps plus one from Heavy Metal. And then they've got a brand new map called Quantum Circuit located in the Realm of the Nine.
New
Avoid
PvP
the Taken.
Map, guys.
Yeah. So that's 6 new PvP maps, but not PvP maps. So yeah.
Oh, the irony.
Additionally, Spood Boost pads have been added to the specific shortcut paths on all maps to offset any gates missed. A change that we think that will make taking riskier and tougher shortcuts more rewarding and viable. Finally, they've done some tuning on the gate sizes, vehicle speeds, and rubber banding to keep the pack together while still rewarding strong racing lines, smart shortcuts, and well-timed boosts. And they're very excited to see how much we love it in the next couple of months. So there you go.
And they've got brand new music tracks when SRL goes live as well.
Have they?
Horns.
Ooh.
Let's see. I was going to say they haven't mentioned the thing, but they probably will. Rewards. So alongside SRL's return as an activity, you'll also be able to earn rewards, earn weapons and armor rewards. If you've got to go fast, then these will feel right at home in your arsenal. The perks found on these weapons have speed and movement in mind, such as Eager Edge, Desperado, or Perpetual Motion. while we want these weapons and their purple to feel, while we want to keep these weapons and their purples under wraps, they will share an early look at the origin trait and the armor set bonuses. So the origin we're going to get is Featherweight. Final blows with weapons that have a Featherweight origin trait gain increased movement speed while equipped. And revving up the 2-piece bonus, Fast Movement builds up a charge that gradually increases your health regeneration speed. Once you're fully revved, sprinting grants a speed boost. And the 4-piece bonus is Dielectric Drift. Sliding when speed boost is active, jolts combatants in front of you. Interesting. And if you're looking for a little more style in your SRL, they have plenty of earnable rewards worth chasing. This includes a brand new SRL Racing Sparrow and Skimmer, as well as SRL armor ornaments, returning Racing Sparrows, and SRL shaders from Destiny 1. Plus returning Sparrow horns from Destiny 1 that also work with Skimmers and can be previewed in menus. There's no horn on a Skimmer. Come on now. New and returning SRL emblems and more. We're getting the horns back, so you too can annoy your friends and blueberries in activities by laying on the horn.
I did see somebody did do a video of all the SRL shaders that we got in Destiny 1, and I forgot how really cool that they were, and I can't remember who it was, but yeah, it's like, but there were so many horns. There was a duck horn, a bike horn, alert horn, king's horn, flourish horn, happy horn, noisy horn, Odessa's horn, whistle horn, electric horn, remixed horn, gala horn, clarion horn,
Perfect.
Aquarian horn, fog horn, dramatic horn, bell horn, campfire horn, antique horn, cadence horn, house horn, chime horn, bellow horn, alarm horn, and air horn. I think those are all of them because those are the ones that I've got on my Destiny 1 characters. So yeah, I think I collected all of them. The first time round. So pretty cool.
How could you not?
Yeah, they're still there. Can still use them in private matches over there anyway. But yeah, I haven't got a list of the shaders because I haven't.
How could you? Yeah, but whether you're racing for the win, completing SRL triumphs, or just showing up for the chaos, there'll be plenty of ways to earn gear and accessories. And then they say, and we're at the end. Join us tomorrow, which is going to be in a moment, for our turn as we turn our focus to the weapons, sandbox, raid, and dungeon updates, tower vendor attunement, and more in our second Dev Insight article and the 12.
I do like the look of those weapons. Those weapons look amazing.
Yeah, I was just going to say
even if they're not amazing, they look so aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah. I think someone said that, it really looks like different racing teams. Each foundry is like its own racing team with its own colors and styles. And I know the sword here with this like purple glow, apparently I don't know if it's a holofoil variant, but there's like going to be an animated variant. Ooh. So like this purple sword they have in the screenshot is animated. Obviously not in this picture, but somewhere, I don't know if they posted or if they just said this is an animated, maybe it's in one of the next 2 articles. So I don't know if it's going to be purple, glows on everything, but I love a pretty weapon. But yeah, they look so good. They look so clean. I really like, I won't even pretend to guess which weapons these are that they have in here, but they're really good looking.
Mm.
We're not getting sad. We're carrying on.
Yeah.
Since we are finally getting our new PvP maps and our new PvP activities, which is definitely exactly what people have wanted.
Yeah.
It's Bobby Socks on Twitter asked, hey, wait, DMG, are there any PvP maps that were in design or possibly being added back like the old ones, like Retribution or Legion's Gulch? And the Destiny 2 team does reply saying no returning maps focused on sandbox balance, modes, rewards, and playlist management. So, did get a firm response of, sadly, no. The maps that were being taken out to revamp are going to forever live in revamped state.
Well, yeah.
In somebody's in progress computer somewhere. So we're not getting those back. And then I know we mentioned before, but Blitz asked, so Bungie, what do you mean by this? With the end of Destiny 2's regular releases, Destiny 2 team did say, June 9th is our final live service update. We will have some small bug fix patches after that, but this will be the final content update. Again, just confirming we are at least going to see some bug fixes, patches, small things going forward. So maybe some of the issues that are, going to crop up day one from this patch, and the other stuff that's been lingering, hopefully maybe we'll get some love. Maybe there's a small team they are going to task with at least working through the big show-stopping bugs on the raids and dungeons and stuff like that. We can hope. Because, we've already talked about the into the light weapons in the Brave Arsenal. Crips asked, hey, Destiny 2 team, the fashion community needs to know, is Super Black returning June 9th? The Destiny 2 team definitively says maybe.
Okay.
So I'm taking that as a yes, but maybe.
It sounds like anything that's ever been lost to time of events and things is just going to be shoved into kind of Eververse or a vendor from looking over like these dev insights and the TWAB.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is. Yeah, they'll throw it in. They'll throw it into the rotation somewhere at some point, and you'll see a bunch of people going, "Hey, it's up! Go log on this week."
Yeah.
Let's see. Ryan Gilliam asked, "Hey, the only Destiny question on my mind: can we have fishing back?" Destiny 2 team says,
"I thought of you this week when somebody was mentioning fishing. I thought,
yep,
Paroty's going to think about
that." Yeah. I mean, the people want to know. Destiny 2 team does say, "No fish. We loved fishing. Couldn't get that back in for this update. Daydream about the fishing spots while you're racing on the new SRL track. Good memories." So yeah, so just take time out mid race, let somebody else win, and just enjoy the lovely scenery and think about fishing. Okay, I think that's all that's related to this part of the TWAB or the insight. So yeah, let's crack on. That's correct.
Let's crack on. So before we dig in, or before Bungie digs into what they want to kind of tell us about weapons, artifacts, and the focusing preview, they just want to say a big thank you, basically. Frankly, they wouldn't be here without us, and the way that we have continued to show up for this world means more than they can fully put into the words. So every memory, every moment that you've shared with us over the years has fueled our future. Every ounce of our June update is for you, and we hope that you feel it as you continue to read through our insight articles and upcoming twids, let alone when you're playing with the update on June 9th. Yeah, it's a bit sappy and sentimental, but that's how they're feeling at the moment while reading all of our stories over the last weeks, and they hope to keep building worlds that inspire friendship for years to come, and truly couldn't do it without us and our voices. Again, thank you for being here and sticking with us. So yeah, I mean, it is a little bit sappy, and I have heard people, a lot of communities are like asking, what do we move on to, looking for a kind of a Destiny 2 replacement. And the thing is that there's no replacement for Destiny 2. It is its own kind of monster. It's its own thing. And that's what I think brought a lot of people to it, and the communities that have kind of built around Destiny 2. There is no other community, no other game that is like Destiny 2. And frankly, you shouldn't be looking for a replacement. I think as long as the game is up and playing, you can still play it. And if your friends are still there, or your clans are still there, you can still go back and play with those people. Maybe find something that you could do as well as Destiny 2. But I think that's the problem, is that there's no kind of easy jumping point from like, oh, let's go from here to Warframe, or here to Division, or here to World of Warcraft. It is its own kind of unique thing. And yeah, you don't have to look for another Destiny. It's not being completely shut off, so you can still come back to it. It's still going to be that game that you love, that game that had those communities, that game that had those friendships. So yeah.
I mean, look at it this way: you no longer have to hoard all those weapons you're keeping in your vault for maybe one day they'll be the new meta. They'll get the change.
Exactly.
Once this update comes out, Night Demon, you can look through your vault and say, hey, if it's not good now, it's never going to be good. Now, no. I am giving you, Night Demon, I know you won't, but I'm giving you and listeners, everyone within the sound of my voice, I'm giving you full permission. Once the June 9th update comes out, I'll give you a couple weeks, because we are getting some more vault space.
Yeah.
I'll give you, we'll say 30 days. I'll give you 30 days after the update to have your mourning period. Look at that hand cannon you've been holding on to. Look at that roll you got 6 years ago. Now, again, some things are being brought into tiers, so maybe those will be useful to you now. But if it's not useful to you now in the game, come July, It's never going to be. I'm giving you full permission to let it go, to delete it.
You
to
can give permission
yourself
all you want,
more space,
but it
for more
may
things.
still be there. It may still be there. Just yeah.
I have zero doubt that you're going to keep every single bit of,
They've just made it worse now.
Armor 2.0, Armor, your day one, Uriel's gift. I have no doubt that those are going to live in your vault forever. But I'm just saying, you don't have to wait for a patch. You don't have to wait for what's the next update. How is this going to get good? It's not going to. If it's not then, it's never going to be. Now that those words have fallen on deaf ears.
Yep, we're going to continue with what they're telling us this week or today about the weapons, artifacts, and focusing preview. So, the new weapon tier upgrading system, the tiered upgrading for crafting weapons, buffs to many exotics like Anarchy, Lament, and Vex Myth class, including new catalysts and improvements for previous ones. Balance update to most legendary weapon types, including an overall buff to prime weapons in PvE, target buff to most specific weapons in PvE, many legendary perk fixes and buffs, a preview of very customizable Artifact 2.0, including a new way to counter champions, saving your choices in loadouts, updates to vendors, weapon focusing, and gear attunement. So we're going to dive into introducing weapon tiered upgrades. So looking at this and reading through it, basically, if you get any tier below tier 5 to drop, you can upgrade it to tier 5 and have all the wonder and the splendor of being able to add perks and mods to the like what a tier 5 would be. So the example that they give us in this update or this dev insight is the Mos Athronor 4, which is a hand cannon, and they've got a tier 1 which has got just literally the two perks, the barrel and the magazine, and for some glimmer, an ascendant alloy, and enhancement prisms, they're able to upgrade it from a tier 1 to a tier 2. Now they don't go any higher than that, but you can go all the way up to tier 5, which will unlock the enhanced perks and the enhanced mods, the enhanced barrels, and the masterwork stat boost when you fully masterwork a weapon, which basically gives you more stat points in things like range, stability, impact, handling, reload speed, aim assist, zoom, airborne effectiveness, ammo generation, all those wonderful things that you get with the tier 5s. Now, what it won't give you is basically, if you want to upgrade from a tier 1 or anything below a tier 4, it won't give you extra perks. It won't just magically give you 2 more perks in those things to select. It will just give you whatever that weapon is. If it is the god roll and you just want to make sure that it's a tier 5 that can get all the extended and enhanced perks, then you can do that via kind of the upgrade process. But it won't magically give you extra perks on that gun or extra barrels or extra magazine things. It will be as is. It's a bit like the crafting thing, that you could put some glimmer, ascendant alloys, enhancement prisms, and you could level it up, and then it would enhance those perks and barrels and origin traits and things like that. So it works kind of like that. So you could, if you want to, get a tier 1, and it works now. Anything that you've kind of got now that's a tier 1 that you're holding on to, thinking that's a really good roll, but I could possibly get X, Y, and Z, or this would be amazing if it was a tier 5. You now have that chance to do that with those weapons come the June 9th update.
I wonder if they're going to do that. And I know we don't have armor yet, but I wonder if we're going to have any path with armor. Thinking about my lustrous armor set that is forever locked below a tier 5 that I would really like to have be a tier 5, since I will never have that event again. You
say that, but then there may be a saving grace for that with the Monument of Triumph. They did mention last week that you'd be able to kind of go to that vendor and get past stuff. So potentially, because that armor is in the game and it's in the tiered section, there is a possibility of still being able to get that Solstice armor, even though we're not going to get Solstice again from kind of Engram focusing or just random drops. Maybe. They haven't mentioned it, and I don't think there's been a question on Twitter that I've seen, and I'm guessing you haven't seen at the moment. But it could be a possibility that if you did get something to drop that is is still really good at a tier 3 or tier 4 in armor wise, it might work the same way with the weapons. So
yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm sort of I've been looking for. I've got a sort of handful of questions I've been looking for answers for, and I know they said the armor and the abilities articles are still coming, so I'm sort of holding
holding out till then.
Holding my fret till then. At least I'll know about weapons now after this one.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good thing.
Great.
That anything that's already a kind of a tier, you can upgrade to a tier 5. So anything that we got or we're going to get in the June update that is lower than tier 5, you have the chance of upgrading it to a tier 5. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because there are a handful of I have a Giver's Blessing at tier 2 that I never got the 5 that I wanted. So I'm excited to be able to take those weapons that are not a tier 5 and get them there with looks like glimmer ascended alloys and prisms, enhancement prisms, which you just play the game and you earn them. Again, no more changes means no new currencies to worry about either. So if you've been grinding and saving your currencies, presumably you'll have those. And once you spend them, go play the game more, get new currencies, upgrade more weapons.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got things like from Solstice last year, like the Festival Flight, the grenade launcher. I got a really good tier 3. It's just, but if I could upgrade it to a tier 5, it would be fantastic. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to hang on to that one now. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. We all have that list of weapons going. I really like this one. I wish it were 5, but I'm going to use it as a tier not 5 because it's got what I want on it, and I can't get the one out of tier 5 that I need.
Yeah,
that's great.
So, exotic weapon catalysts. So, with the Monument of Triumph being the final release for Destiny 2, they didn't want to leave any exotic behind when it came to catalysts. And I do believe this has been clarified by DMG over on Twitter, and I think you're probably going to look for that now, that every single exotic that currently does not have a catalyst will receive a catalyst come June 9th. So they only give us a preview of a couple of them at the moment. So we've got the Chaperone, Parasite, Terrible, but they do mention that Crimson and Merciless are also kind of getting old catalyst changes. So let's have a look at these. So they wanted to kind of keep most of them as a surprise. So when we do log in on June 9th, most people will kind of look and find them. But the Chaperone is getting Triple Tap. Parasite is getting Envious Arsenal, and the Terrible is getting Ambitious Assassin. I'm quite interested in the Ambitious Assassin for the Terrible, because the Terrible is a fantastic submachine gun when you can get it going. So yeah, that's that overflows the magazine based on the number of rapid kills before reloading. Parasite, with that one, dealing damage with both other weapons before readying this weapon, refills it from reserve. And the Chaperone, which is the Triple Tap, is rapidly landing. Precision hits will return 1 round to the magazine. So Destiny Fun Police is going to have fun with that one in Crucible. Any thoughts?
Just that yes, I did. I did go look for it again, and yes, DMG did say again. You have to follow DMG. He is the source of all truth. Yeah. Yes. Yesterday, as we record on Friday, all exotic weapons will have catalysts. And I think I saw in a reply somewhere, I think there's 25 exotics that don't have it currently today. So everything is getting a catalyst. If it doesn't have one, it's getting one.
Oh yeah, I did try and look for a list of ones that didn't have, and all I kept getting up on the AI overview was like, Bungie has now eliminated this list. I'm like, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for the list.
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah. So if there's one you've been waiting on, it's going to get one. And they basically said, if they're going to give it something, sort of that makes sense for what it is, like they've done with the ones you just listed, sort of something that sort of thematically matches, the weapon or the fantasy or how the weapon is intended to use. That's what it's going to get, which I'm going to channel Donnie here for a minute. Does the Jotun have a catalyst? I don't think it does. Does it? Okay.
Yes.
I could not remember.
Yeah.
It's been too long.
It has the cornered, faster charge time or draw time when surrounded by combatants. And it also has incandescent, defeating a target spread scorch to those nearby. So yeah, that's what it says on the catalyst.
And the Telesto has one already, so we're safe.
Yes, we're safe with. Well, unless as somebody's walking out the door when they're kind of goodbye, they go and flick that switch, and yeah. We're up the creek with that paddle.
I just had that thought. Oh, does the Telesto have one? Oh,
Yeah.
the Shinder's trying to get one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's good. Oh, that's good times. Yeah, I'm excited just that there's everything's going to have one. You know, again, whether it'll be something worth grinding for, whether it'll be something worth getting, remains to be seen. But at least everything will have one. So everyone whose favorite exotic does not have one yet is going to get one, and that just makes me happy that one, I just have more things to grind for. I have more things to to get and retrieve, and that means all of all the raid exotics are getting one too. For the ones I know, I've seen conditional finality mentioned. I don't have one, but at least they mentioned the Vex Mythoclast, so every raid exotic is going to get one. All the dungeon exotics are getting one. Like every exotic is going to get a catalyst, and that's just nice to say. Hey, your favorite weapon is only going to get better, presumably.
Yeah,
it won't be worse.
And the same with enhancing weapon crafting. So with the Monument of Triumph update adding new armor set bonuses to earn in our raids and destination content, they wanted those weapons to feel relevant again, but not necessarily ask players to regrind them under gear tiering. So we know that players have already put forth a lot of effort into unlocking patterns throughout the game. So we wanted to treat them with some updates while giving players additional reasons to finish up their patterns if they hadn't yet. As we investigated options, we concluded that we could update all crafted weapons to the power of gear tiering, but through a slightly different method involving the crafting table. So giving us a reason to go back to the crafting table and giving that place more usage. So that's pretty cool. So upon logging in, any legendary crafted weapon that already exists will immediately be eligible for a version of gear tiering upgrading, and any newly crafted legendary weapon can be taken on the same upgrading journey. In the inspection screen of the crafted weapon, navigate to the weapon level boost icon. There will be a new mod that will allow you to also improve the tier of the weapon upon reaching a specific weapon level. So if you've already got that level already unlocked, I'm guessing that it would already be you can kind of bypass that thing. Or because some weapons that we've crafted, we had to get to like tier 17, didn't we, to unlock various different things on that weapon to then be able to use them, didn't we? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. To be able to use the enhanced perks and things. So so things you're already, already using and loving, or have just thrown a bunch of materials into to get to a higher level, will be available. You just have to, buy the mod to unlock it, which is great. I'm happy that the crafted weapons are coming along for the ride, and it's not like, oh, you have these crafted weapons, but they're not tiered, so who cares still?
Yeah. So on crafted weapons, gear tier will act a bit differently than other weapons, as it won't immediately provide a gear tier benefits. At gear tier 3, players will unlock enhanced weapon mods, and at gear tier 5 will unlock cosmetics, just like any other weapon in the gear tiered system. However, for all other tiers, it will correspond with the unlocking of enhanced components at the crafting table. When you reach weapon level 11, you can upgrade your gear tier 2, and just like with a fresh tiered weapon drop, you'll gain access to enhanced left and right column traits. At weapon level 25, you can upgrade the gear tier 4 and add enhanced components like barrels or magazines. At level 30, you'll upgrade to tier 5 and can add enhanced origin traits. Origins will behave a bit differently than most perks in the crafting table as well. The menu will showcase all available origin traits, and the selection of any enhanced perks to insert will reflect the entire column being enhanced upon selecting reshape. The same is true vice versa. If you wish to return to base traits, selection of any base trait for the origin column will still allow the other options to be available after reshaping. So you can still go and craft and reshape and upgrade and spend currencies and make them into a tier 5 basically. So I mean, if you've got the patterns, or if you don't have the patterns, you can go and get the patterns and then craft the weapon and then add the tiers to them. Really cool.
Yeah, there's a path forward with all those weapons that have been sitting in my vault crafted but haven't really been using because they're not tiered, and now there's a reason.
Yeah. And because the sandbox has evolved and changed since some of these destinations and raid weapons entered crafting, they've also updated them to have some additional new traits. So 2 new traits per column. For instance, Supercharged Magazine and Jolting Feedback have been added to the Oversoul Edict. So that says to me that they've gone back and they've looked at all those weapons that we've been able to get via crafting, and you'll now be able to look and see if there are any new perks for them. Because I'm guessing that they're not going to tell all the perks and all the weapons in this dev insight, because they want a lot of people to kind of go and find them for us ourselves. So that's really interesting as well, to add more perks. Hopefully they haven't removed any perks that you could add to those weapons, but it kind of gives you a little bit more variety of kind of not having just like that. I mean, there will still be static god rolls that people go to, but it gives you another option of those weapons being in the tiered section and just having new perks that are to be crafted. What else did they say? They said other non-raid destination crafted weapons won't have new perks, but they are receiving enhanced origin traits for the first time. And they did revisit a few of those underperforming originals, including Head Rush, which now activates on slide and provides a small boost in damage against Hive opponents. They also haven't forgotten about raid adept weapons, and they will gain the same benefits. So these weapons will still gain additional traits based on the number of patterns collected from their non-adept counterparts, and are eligible to swap out their components like barrels and mags at the crafting relic. They'll also continue to upgrade their traits via the Origin enhancement feature. With Monument of Triumph, however, these raid adepts will gain access to the tiered upgrade mods like crafted weapons, and can visit the relic to upgrade to enhanced components and enhance origins. These weapons will also still retain a bit of extra stat boost on top of their non-adept counterparts and their unique adept shader to add a bit more prestige for those who have gone through the challenge of acquiring them. So I know Noble will be happy with that, with some of kind of the adepts that you kind of get, and because some of the adepts I think were static, but then some of them you could get the patterns for. So I could be wrong on that, but
Yeah,
I haven't got any.
Yeah, I mean, either way, just it opens up adepts as being something worth grinding for, being something worth getting a crew together and going and trying to earn, versus going, yeah, I can do this, but why? It makes, as so many people have said, it makes all the things we've been asking for come true. It makes all the parts of the game viable again. It makes every activity worth doing and worth chasing, because it now is going to give you a reward that's worthy of it, which is such good news and such bittersweet news at the same time.
Yeah. So yeah, that's those bits. Do you want to do the next bit?
Yeah, we've got some weapon sandbox updates, because of course we do.
Yep.
We're going to do some ammo system changes. As I was just looking at the ammo system changes, I thought, are we going to take the full auto perk off of weapons now that it's not viable anymore? Now that it's not needed anymore? Because there's also one exotic that I can't remember what it is
Vigilant
now.
Swing.
Is it Vigilant?
The guys mentioned it last week.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I remembered it was, but I couldn't remember if my memory was correct. Yeah, it's like the full auto being the perk. It's like, are we gonna swap those out? Now I know they did say something. What do they say other than the 25 exotics? Something about 9 perks added to existing catalysts that only had weapon stats as a bonus. But I wonder if we're getting some minor reworks of going, this makes no sense to have anymore now that we have full auto as a setting in the game. Wouldn't it be nice if it was something more useful? So, fingers crossed, maybe. But the ammo system has received buffs to underperforming weapons, nerfs to outliers, and several bug fixes and quality of life improvements. Maybe it'll be in here. In general, we've modified the ammo system so that if an enemy, I like this. We've modified the ammo system so that if an enemy is floating above a pit, they will not drop an ammo brick when defeated, even if it fills the meter. You will continue to gain ammo meter progress, but your next kill on an enemy that is not above a pit will spawn the owed ammo brick. So basically, when you kill that wizard, floating over a pit, and you see your heavy brick drop into the abyss, and you're sad, that should no longer happen. They'll die and not drop anything, and then the next land-based enemy you killed, you'll get that heavy brick you're owed. Yep. Which I read that earlier. I just had to laugh. It's like if anyone floating above a pit, oh yeah, the number of times you wanted to chase that mode of light or that heavy ammo brick into the hole, going no, I needed that, come back. So special ammo weapons. They took a baseline swing at making double special slightly less viable for ad clear. Outside of that role, this change is generally offset by the damage buffs previously given to the non-rocket pulse non-rocket pulse special ammo weapons. So while it may require one more kill to earn a brick, it may also require less shots overall to kill targets. So they've reduced the amount of meter progress for special ammo weapons, gaining from defeats against minor enemies by 17% at the 100% stat. Linear fusion rifles, both special ammo and heavy ammo precision linear fusion rifles felt like they were not getting enough ammo per brick, so we've increased that amount for each. So your heavy ammo precision LFRs, they've increased your base from 3 to 5, and your enhanced from 4 to 6, and special ammo precision LFRs, they're giving you your 3 to 5 and from 6 to 10. So more ammo for linear fusion rifles all around. Buried Bloodline, if you were lucky enough to get that from the dungeon, we should also A, have a catalyst, and B, they've corrected an issue where the Buried Bloodline was not correctly generating ammo from enhanced ammo bricks. Sorry, not getting ammo from enhanced ammo bricks, so it should now have more ammo too. Choir of One is simply too free in terms of ammo, both in isolation and in double special builds. It's one of the only special weapons that didn't follow the standard rules for ammo brick values. These changes have made this weapon follow those rules. So your base is being reduced from 45 to 35, and your enhanced is being reduced from 90 to 70. So still a pretty good size, but yeah, not quite as free ammo as it was before.
Yeah.
Our rocket pulse rifles. So a bug was causing rocket pulse rifles to have double the ammo when used with another special ammo weapon. For example, running 2 rocket pulses at the same time was entirely viable because they got full ammo back instead of half the ammo that they should have. This has had the effect of reducing the challenge of endgame content and invalidating other special weapons. So they fixed an issue that was sometimes causing rocket pulses to earn 2 shots back per brick, fixed an issue where the Psi Eterna was not correctly having its ammo brick increase by scavenger mods, and they fixed an issue where the legendary pulse rifles were not correctly having their ammo brick split when used with a special weapon. So your Psi Eterna is going to get more ammo with the scavenger mod, but overall you can't just freely use rocket pulses forever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so that's in PvE out in the world. So this is the only in the Crucible section. So only in the Crucible, some Crucible specific changes were needed to reduce the special ammo uptime that was fueled by the non-primary weapon use. So they've reduced the point gains from special ammo and heavy ammo kills and assists and super kills by 33%. They've reduced glaive melee gains by 20%. Your adaptive burst adaptive burst LFRs were getting too much ammo from heavy crates for how potent they can be compared to other options. They've reduced the ammo from the crates from 5 to 3. Your rapid fire machine guns felt like they weren't getting enough ammo from the crates, so they've increased that. So your rapid fire LMGs, you were getting 45 ammo. Now you're getting to a maximum of 62 based on the magazine size. So other LMGs remain capped at 22. Bitter Ends ammo from crates has been reduced to fit within this scale. Ooh, more ammo, always better. So, maybe, let's see. Exotic weapon tuning. Let's see if this is it.
Maybe.
With the Monument of Triumph, we have a wide assortment of exotic weapons to adjust for you to enjoy. Have a look at what we've changed here. So the Jade Rabbit. It's the weapon you use to stand in the back of the map with PvP. That's what you use it for.
Yeah, definitely.
So they've made some rather significant adjustments to help its gameplay feel a bit less clunky and give it some more life in PvE. Okay. So they've increased the magazine size from 10 to 15. Nice. Removed Zen Moment and added Shoot to Loot and Firefly as the 2 traits.
Mm.
So now I'm going to say, what was the other perk on the Jade Rabbit that you think I would have? Do not have one in my vault at the moment. Weird. Could have sworn I pulled it at some point.
I had one, and then I put it away. It has Zen Moment on there, and then the catalyst is.
So what's the other perk? Because they're removing Zen Moment.
It's high caliber rounds and Zen Moment with polygonal rifling. At the moment.
So they're just removing Zen Moment, and then we're giving us Shoot to Loot and Firefly. That's not terrible. I mean, Firefly, again, for a weapon that's meant to sit in the back of the map and fire away at things, I'll take it.
Okay.
Fate of All Fools, which is... I don't know what Fate of All Fools
Oh,
is.
that's exotic
Chain?
trinity. Chain precision shots to gain bonus damage on your next body shot and return ammo to the magazine. That's Fateful Falls at the moment. So is that what
okay.
they've removed? Oh no, they haven't removed that.
Yeah,
No,
no.
that's still-
So Fate of All Fools increased... So is Fate of All Fools a weapon or is it a perk? Sorry,
It's the origin. It's like the exotic perk.
Oh, the exotic perk
The
on
exotic
Jade
intrinsic.
Rabbit?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking it was its own weapon because the way they have it listed here. Okay, I see. Now I see how they're doing it. Okay, yeah. So Fate of All Fools. So, they're increasing the maximum stacks to 15. In addition to chaining precision hits, precision kills can now add a stack. You're going to gain a stack now, which refills the magazine and increases the stability. Stacks will no longer be completely removed when you reload. Dealing direct body shot damage will remove one stack, and scales the damage of Firefly when it's active, and dealing splash damage will not remove a stack of the perk. Okay, so basically more ammo, chain headshots, and big air explosions, more damage. The Catalyst, in addition to adding stability, special reloading will consume all stacks of Fate of All Fools and grant a singular micro missile round, which deals bonus damage based on the number of stacks consumed.
Okay.
So it just, so they're just, buffing it, making it better to use in PvE all around. Nice.
Yes. Not just the PvP when, what's the game mode? Momentum control, momentum hitmate, momentum and all that. Yeah. Where it's just like the guns hit a lot harder.
Yeah. And really anything, honestly. There's a Jade Rabbit user in the back of every PvP map, I feel like. Just blinking away at you from, 6 zip codes away.
Yep.
So yeah, and I do see in the screenshot, and I'm sure they'll talk about, I see there's an unstoppable here. So I see we've added, one of the questions is how are we going to deal with champions? Looks like we're getting, I'm sure we'll get to that in one of these 2 articles, but yeah, looks like they're adding those to all sorts of things. So now that I understand how Bungie has written this, the Vex Mythoclast. As the Sandbox evolved, the Vex Mythoclast feels like it lagged behind other raid weapons, which seems funny because it used to be an absolute monster.
Yeah.
In terms of strength in PvE, we wanted to give it linear fusion shots some extra help to make them feel worth the kill requirements to charge them. We updated the intrinsic and catalyst to help make acquiring those a little easier. So your Timeless Mythoclast intrinsic, it has a more potent version of rewind rounds when in full auto mode. So that's what it's getting just intrinsically. Since I can't read other words, your Temporal Unlimiter trait, precision kills with the linear fusion rifle shots now trigger an ignition. After leaving the linear fusion rifle mode, the magazine is now fully reloaded. The HUD buff and magazine display have been tweaked to show the exact amount of linear fusion rifle shots remaining. This is purely a visual change. The functionality remains the same. And your calculated balance, which is the catalyst, sustained damage can now activate the catalyst in addition to kills, and they added a HUD buff. So I assume it now just tells you when it's up and working.
Cool.
Let's see. Touch of Malice. Touch of Malice has not lived up to its previous D1 glory days despite the changes they've made, so they're going to make more changes. So they're increasing the final round bonus damage by 10%. Set it up so that special reload can now be made faster by buffing the reload speed. Replaced rapid hit in the catalyst with precision instrument. And gained increased stability and reload speed with each stack of charged with blight. Good time. Sounds like good fun.
Mm-hmm.
The last word, much like many of our other text weapons, the last word sits on a razor's edge between being extremely potent on a single input type or feeling tough to get value out of. So this update will make it feel more viable on mouse and keyboard without totally tipping those power scales. So these are mouse and keyboard only changes for the last word.
Yep.
So mouse and keyboard players, you're getting increased stability by 10% and increased aim assist when hip firing by 10%. So that should make it feel, more controllery, because I know that's a controller player's beloved hand cannon.
Yeah.
The Might of Multi-Tool. PvE, we wanted Might of Multi-Tool to further lean into building up modifications over the course of an activity. We're happy with how it landed, but we want to make it, we want to make it better. So they adjusted the catalyst by a small amount to give it some more utility. So MITA is they lowered the PvE combatant kill requirements from 10 per modification, 15 with macro tool, to 7 kills per modification, 10 with the macro tool. This lowers the total kill requirement from 60 to 40 and from 40 to 27 to acquire all modifications. The Catalyst's improved radar resolution will now remain active for a few seconds when you stow the multi-tool. Instead of immediately deactivating, multi-tool still needs to be in your hands for the Catalyst to activate. Alright. Heirloom. It can be a potent option if you're into this particular playstyle, but it didn't feel worth the effort and didn't live up to the expectations for being a dungeon exotic weapon. So here's what they've done. They've increased the charge rate by 20%, increased the impact damage of charge shots by 20% in PvE only, reduced the extra heat generated by charge shots by 7%, increased damage versus mini-bosses and champions by 20%, increased damage versus bosses by 10%, and added incandescent perk to the Catalyst. Teraba. It felt odd for Teraba not to reward you for all defeats. So, dealing damage to Scorch combatants now grants increased Ravenous Beast progress by 33%, can generate a full meter if the mag hits a Scorched enemy, and kills grant greatly increased progress 10% per kill. So, shoot things, set them on fire.
Yep.
Anarchy. So once Finality's Augur was released, Anarchy felt like it no longer had a place as a point defense trap system. So we're amping up its trap capability for more competitive versus Finality's Augur. So they increased the arm trap lifetime by 50% from 10 to 15 seconds, increased the trap damage versus combatants by 30%, double trap detonation damage versus combatants to better match the tick damage of a trap, and replaced moving target with impromptu ammunition. And Divinity. After all this time, we felt it was fair to bring Divinity back up at least a little bit. So it didn't feel like your Div user wasn't using a sluggish gun and missing out on damage. So they've increased the damage of Penance by 20%, reduced the time to activate Penance from 4 to 3 seconds, and reduced shots to activate the cage from 14 to 10. Winter Bite. It's a solid glaive, but it felt overly punishing to shoot projectiles while in CQC, close quarters. So they've reduced the self-damage of projectiles by 66%. So Winter Bite users in small rooms, you shouldn't kill yourself as often. Our exotic glaives are edge of action, concurrent, and intent. Glaive projectiles now grant double progress towards special shot. So you should get more special more often. Hierarchy of needs. Seekers now apply plus 15 Scorch to all targets, plus 5 with Ember of Ashes. I'm assuming on top of the 15.
Yeah.
Added hidden tracking for Seekers that guides them to targets recently hit by precision damage, and increased damage for hitfire accuracy to the list of benefits provided by the Catalyst. Sunshot and Graviton Lance. They're rebalancing the damage of the explosions to deal more damage close up and less damage farther away. And I know I saw someone, tweeted DMG, either DMG or Destiny 2 team saying, why did you nerf these in the final thing? And his response was basically something to the effect of, these will still be very good, but it won't be like shoot one shot and clear out every thrall in the room.
Yeah.
So still good, but not quite as, sort of ridiculous as they are currently. Our Outbreak Perfected. They've reduced the damage bonus at maximum nanite stacks from 4.5 to 4. Arbalist. They've increased the damage versus champions by 33%.
Good.
Wardcliff Coil. Getting a couple bug fixes. So they fixed the bug where firing the Wardcliff Coil would not grant bolt charge if the firing player was too far off the ground. Okay. Mechanized autoloader now works while the weapon is stowed, and increased maximum ammo from 5 to 8. Ooh. So great. So you can be closer to the lightning and get the lightning and have more ammo to blow yourself up with.
Well, I mean, you would. Sometimes it's a sensible choice to jump up above your team or up and away from your team to fire that thing.
So true. Yeah. The Lament. The game has changed since the Lament's last nerf, so they are reverting the previous nerf to this weapon by about 70%, and they've returned most of the final combat hit damage and self-healing of the previous change, so they're unnerving the Lament. The Truth, the rocket launcher that will find you in your home from Destiny 1. As I say, we all have fond memories of wild tracking shots with it from D1, but the weapon struggles to keep up in today's sandbox. So now it's going to return 1 ammo to reserves and buff the next magazine when all rounds in the magazine hit a target. When triggered, the next magazine gains dramatically increased rate of fire, stability, tracking strength, and cluster bombs. Interesting, when you really need that thing dead. Thunderlord. They reduced the ammo refunded by the lightning strikes from 7 to 5 at base. That's fair, I guess. Whirling Ovation. Whirling needs a little help to stay competitive with weapons that aren't rocket pulses, so they're increasing the amount of anticipation gained per point of damage by just over 11%. Prometheus Lens. They've increased the scorch stacks applied per trigger up to 20, with the additional 10% with Ember of Ashes from 10 and up to
20.
Up to
So
20.
10 with Ember of Ashes, from 10
plus 10.
plus 10 Ember of Ashes. Yeah, maybe that's
more scorch either way. Just more scorch and maybe put Ember of Ashes
10
on.
without Ember of Ashes and plus 10 with Ember of Ashes on. There you go.
And we're going to put twice just to confuse me.
Yep, and everybody else.
Yep, Centrifuge. They've increased the amount of magazine refilled per trigger from 10. Increase the amount of magazine refilled per trigger to 10 from 4. Right.
The other way around.
Sometimes we write the big numbers first. Sometimes we write the big numbers second. Right. So we're going more ammo on the Centrifuge. Slayer's Fang. The magazine is getting size increased by 2. Your ammo reserves are going up by 10, and it now slowly reloads itself while the buff is active. Xenophage, once a terror of Gambit and PvE alike, now it needs some help, so they're increasing its reserve ammo by 10. And the Praxic Blade, which, who's thought about the Praxic Blade with this? Who knows? Somebody has. So the point of these changes to allow the Praxic Blade to still act as a primary weapon when paired with an actual primary weapon, but to reduce the surplus of special ammo so that it cannot be paired as easily with other special ammo.
What are you reading? Went
Xenophage,
and then it went Legendary Sandbox tuning for me.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering. So refresh your page, because I did see they tweeted that they had forgotten this in the initial patch, and they said, so there we go.
Yeah, where is he reading? I'm like, I'm scrolling down. Where's the Praxic Blade?
He's just making stuff up now. He's just saying, screw that sword. We're tired of it. He said,
you like playing with the Praxic Blade. I'm just going to mess with you. I'm like, yeah, because I brought this up last night when I was reading it last night. So
let's see where.
Yeah, Xenophage Praxic Blade. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So if you two are confused, actually, I wanted to compare this to see if it actually they put it in the article. So they did say, "Hail! In our 7,000 plus word weapon sandbox preview, we missed changes coming to the Praxic Blade on June 9th. We're getting these out of the article now, so refresh." All right, so let's see. The point of it is, all right, so they're going to slightly increase the time it takes to get ammo refunded when blocking. Stronghold will no longer allow for infinite blocking with special ammo swords. We've seen the feedback that it felt bad to watch from your ghost as a teammate blocked for 3+ minutes straight without reviving you or doing any damage to given bosses. Sometimes you need to go for an attack. So they've reduced the ammo refunded by light attacks.
I hate you. I hate you.
Yep. Okay,
because it's not just the Praxic Blade; it's the the other blade that's the special one.
The Ergo Sum as well.
Ergo Sum, yeah.
So they've taken both, swings of both of those.
I'm just going to rock a heavy sword then. Sod you all. That's it. Don't care.
That's it. Practically is dead to us. So if you two are going, where is he reading that from? Yeah, refresh your article because they just forgot to put that in there.
Well, how long will it block with strongholds? It won't block infinitely, but then at the moment you can use it pretty well because I've been using it on my Warlock and it blocks for quite some time, and then I can do an attack and then I'll block again. I mean, understandably in like a high content like the Grandmasters and things, I do understand why you shouldn't just be allowed to just stand there and block.
Right. But, you can't just stand there forever. Yeah. I mean, they say it'll no longer allow for infinite blocking with special ammo. So maybe under the right circumstances, you could block forever with the right combination of, special ammo getting back in generation and whatever else. Because I guess even with blocking, you could be doing damage with the sword with the reflection. So I guess you could be filling that meter and continuing to Generate ammo? I don't know.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm moving on to a heavy sword. So, legendary sandbox tuning. Primary weapon ammo have struggled to keep up against combatants, especially in harder activities. So, they've implemented some broad changes to help them feel better to use. So, legendary primary ammo weapons have increased the damage versus minor combatants by 30%. Exotic primary weapons increase the bonus damage versus minor combatants from 30 to 40. And non-blast primary weapons, they've increased versus major combatants by 15%. Blast primary weapons increase the bonus damage versus major combatants from 15 to 20%. Some special ammo weapons have dominated the sandbox while others have felt left behind. So they're making a target buff to all the left behind special ammo weapons to balance them out to make more archetypes viable to use in PvE. So special ammo weapons increase the damage versus major combatants by 20%, excludes sniper rifles, rocket pulses, rocket sidearms, swords, and Choir of One. On top of the changes above, these specific primary ammo archetypes got some additional balanced tuning. So auto rifles, high impacts, they've moved the RPM from 360 to 400. They've reduced the ADS damage fall-off scaler from 1.7 to 1.6. They've reduced the base damage from 24 to 22. This includes Vex Mythoclast and Cirrus Regime with dual speed receiver, but excludes Cerebus +1 and Sweet Business in the non-spun up state. Adaptives, the adaptive auto rifles, increase the base damage from 15 to 15.5 and increase the critical hit damage from 26.25 to 27.1. Pulse rifles, lightweights, they've reduced the base damage from 19.7 to 18.8 and they've reduced the critical hit damage from 31.5 to 30.1. Legacy frames, since these weapons inherit the damage change from lightweight pulse rifles, they're reverting nerf to their ADS damage fall-off scaler. So they're increasing the ADS damage fall-off scaler from 1.6 back to 1.7. So legacy frame, I think that's the one that you can get from Eternity, isn't it? The Battler, the BXR Battler. That's the one. I think that's what comes. There was another one that comes under frame. I think that's the Redrix S-Stock, which was the Stasis one, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm saying these words? Yeah. High impacts reverted previous nerf to the ADS damage fall-off scaler, increased it from 1.6 back to 1.7. Scout rifles, rapid fire, reduced the base damage from 28 to 27.3, reduced the critical hit damage from 54.6 to 53.25. Hand cannons, aggressive, reduced the base damage from 49 to 48.7, reduced the critical hit damage from 90.65 to 90.1. Bows, they've increased the damage versus minor combatants by additional 20% and increased the damage versus major combatants by additional 40%. And on top of those changes, many special weapon ammo archetypes also got some buffs, along with some nerfs to particular archetypes that won't be too surprising to see. Rocket sidearms increased the projectile explosion radius by 33%. Fusion rifles, rapid fire, increased the PvE damage scaler by 7%. Adaptives by 10% scaler. Precision, 20% on the scaler. And the high impacts by 15% on the scaler. And they're all PvE damage ones. Shotguns, aggressive, increased the PvE damage scaler by 15%. Improved the base stats of Fellwinter's Lie. Lightweights, they again all on PvE. So the lightweights, they've increased the scaler by 15% and the precisions by 20%. Slug shotguns, the rapid fire by 10%. Pinpoint slug shotguns by 5% and the heavy burst by 10%. Snipers, the aggressive ones, they've been increased in PvE by 15%. The adaptives by 10%. Glaives, rapid fire, they've increased the PvE damage scaler by 10%. Trace rifles increase the damage versus minor combatants by an additional 20% and versus the major combatants by another additional 20%. Exotic trace rifles increase the bonus damage versus minor combatants from 30% to 40%. Rocket pulses reduce the ammo generation stat of the legendary micro-missile pulse rifles by 15%, decreased PvE damage by 10% and decrease the damage versus bosses by 25%. This is on top of the above 10%. Reduce projectile explosion radius by 25%, reduce super generation by 25% for roaming, and 33% for standard supers. And finally, heavy ammo weapons got some attention to make them more effective against bosses and champions, along with some targeted ammo tuning. So heavy grenade launchers increase the damage versus bosses and champs by 5%, Rocket launchers increased versus bosses and champs by 5%, and crossbows increased the damage versus bosses and champs by 10%. Linear fusion rifles increased the damage of all legacy LFRs versus bosses and champs by 10%. Precision increased the damage PvE damage scaler by 10%, increased the ammo reserves by 30%, excluding sleeper simulant. Machine guns increased bitter ends reserve ammo. Swords decreased the cost of vortex frame heavy attack from 6 to 4 to match other heavy swords. Legendary perk changes. In addition to the legendary weapon archetype tuning, they've also made some changes to legendary weapon perks. Focus Fury. Damage bonus increased from 20 to 25%. Hits required to active decreased from 50% of the magazine to 35% of the magazine. Full Court. Maximum explosion damage bonus increased from 25 to 35%. Lasting Impressions. Explosive damage bonus increased from 25% to 35%. Reservoir Burst. Damage bonus increased from 25%, 27.5% in the enhanced version, to 30% and 33% in the enhanced version. Gutshot Straight reduced the aim assist penalty by 20% on the base perk and 25% on the enhanced perk, and fixed an issue where this perk did not work on Bitter End. Adagio reduced the damage bonus on hand cannons from 30% to 27%, increased the damage bonus on shotguns and bows from 20% to 30%. The following perks receive some quality of life tuning to make them easier to activate on their own or with other build crafting elements. Collective Action, Collective Pugilism, Cooling Baubles, Elemental Charge, and Facet of Honor. Now all share the same Tangle activator, destroying a tangle either by shooting it or upon impact after throwing it. Previously, this activator differed depending on the perk, and would either activate when shooting a tangle, picking up a tangle, throwing a tangle, or a combination of these despite sharing the same terminology in their string. In addition to this activator, Collective Action and Collective Pugilism also grant additional time to the duration upon throwing a tangle. This unique behaviour is called out in their description. Artifact Element Orbs are now officially considered elemental pickups, for the sake of these perks to grant the same benefits as the tangle. As such, they fixed an issue where the Artifact Arc Orbs would give Dark Transcendent energy with the Facet of Honor. They now give Light Transcendent energy. Collective Action, Fire Sprites Void Breaches is 8 seconds. Ionic Trace, Stasis Shards is 4 seconds. Tangled Detonation is 4 seconds, and Tangled Throw is 4 seconds. Instead of the flat 7 seconds, elemental pickups now provide different amounts of time to a perk duration depending on how easy they are to create. These values match Collective Pugilism. To compensate for the low duration gained from some elemental pickups, the damage bonus against PvE combatants has increased from 20 to 30%, and the damage bonus against players remains at 10. The enhanced benefits no longer provide more time to pick up, but instead increase the damage bonus to 33% against PvE combatants and 11% against players. Increase the maximum time from 12 to 16 seconds. All-Star, damage timer is paused on weapon stow and resumed on weapon equip. Desperado, in addition to its current activator of reloading after a precision kill, Desperado can now activate when reloading after 3 rapid kills. Frenzy fixed an issue where the enhanced version of Frenzy was not getting an extended duration when refreshed compared to the standard Frenzy. Also fixed an issue where Frenzy being inactive could prevent the Crucible Origin perk from activating. Jolting Feedback reduced the shot to activate the perk by 1, 2 for scout rifles and hand cannons. Encore's HUD buff now displays a timer. Envious Assassin fixed an issue where the perk was not working on some single-shot weapons. Cascade Point, since they removed the Ready HUD buff when the weapon is stowed, they have simplified the activation criteria for dealing precision damage with other weapons. Auto rifles, pulse rifles, SMGs, trace rifles, sidearms, LMGs, 6 critical hits. Hand cannon scout rifles, 4 critical hits. Bows, LFRs, glaive, projectiles, shotguns, sniper rifles, 2 critical hits. Attrition Orbs now activate in 4 hits on wave frame grenade launchers, down from 10. Now activates in 3 hits on rocket launchers, down from 6. Contending Cascade, the number of rapid final blows needed for maximum benefits has been reduced from 15, 12 if enhanced, to 12 and 10 if enhanced. Stat benefits are now maxed out when the elemental explosions are granted instead of scaling with up to 20 rapid final blows. Full Choke, pellet spread is now reduced by 5% instead of 3.25. Shot package intrinsic now reduces the pellet spread by 2.5 when ADS. Finally, some origin trait weaknesses were addressed to make them feel more impactful. Advanced Reflexes, a Dreaming City origin trait. Now, new effect is plus 5% damage bonus while active. Increased bonus handling from 30 to 40. increase the bonus charge rate of swords from 20 to 35. Gun and Run, Gambit Origin trait. Reworked effect. The defeating targets builds a stack of Gun and Run for a short duration. Sprinting for a short time consumes a stack to partially reload this weapon's magazine from reserve. On bows, this briefly improves draw speed. And Nanotech Tracer Missiles, Neomuda Destination Origin trait. Reduce the amount of hits needed for Basios Ocentina to activate Nanotech Tracer Missiles by roughly 1. Roughly 1, just roughly.
1, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's they reworked Gun and Run. Currently, it's rapidly defeating targets with this weapon grants bonus sprint speed. Guardians, powerful combatants, and high-value targets grant this bonus quicker. So it just made the Gun and Run a little bit better. It's nice to see the Origin traits getting some love and the Nanotech Tracer Rifles, which is good fun, but it never felt like it was firing often enough to be useful. And for those of you looking at the shotgun things, wondering, I am Fallout Plays tweeted, all right, stop DMing me. I'll do it, about the full choke and the shot package intrinsic. And Destiny 2 team says, shotgun test when, though? So look forward to another shotgun video from Fallout.
Yay!
Because it must be done. It must be done.
Yeah. So you were asking about the artifacts and anti-champions and things like that. We now have an answer with the artifacts 2.0. They've 2.0'd them, and them. There's more than one. So
ooh, even better.
Yeah.
So let's see. With a monument, not the moment of triumph, the monument of triumph. We are reworking the artifact items in multiple ways to better align them with the modern Destiny 2 and setting it up to withstand the test of time. This means streamlining the mod selection process, removing annoyances like the refunding dance, disabling the artifact in competitive and trials modes, and finally, working in loadouts. Ooh, excellent. So, and they have a lovely screenshot, and it looks like more loadout slots. It looks like we're getting 20 up from 12. So we're going to have more in-game loadouts. Excellent. Love it. So what this means is we've trimmed the bloat on artifacts, gone are the old days of the dedicated anti-champion columns and needing to refund mods to select ones in earlier columns. This process has been simplified into 3 buckets that primarily perform just like the columns did before, but in a way that uses the visual language of our modern game and works in a more intuitive way. So basically now when you want to switch out of a mod in column 4, you can just do that and change it without having to then go into column 6 and remove one and go into column 5, remove one.
Good.
You can now just grab the thing you want to grab and change it. And on top of this, we've built anti-champion capabilities directly into our guns, so you no longer must worry about your favorite guns not getting anti-champion offerings into season. But more on that in a moment. And now I see a lovely picture of the encrypted data disk artifact with a whole bunch of selectable perks on it. So it works best with elements, void and arc, and kinetic weapons, swords, sniper rifles, and auto rifles. Maybe?
Machine guns.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like each artifact will sort of have a preferred subclass and preferred weapon type, and then I'm going to guess perks you can put onto it into the 7 slots that align with those.
Yeah, some of them look like they've been taken from our encrypted data disk that we're currently using as our artifact this season, and then further on down in the TWID you'll see that there's other things that are from previous ones. But
yeah. So alongside these updates also come 6 new mods, defragmented and deciphered from the data disk and into your hands. So in Tier 1, we're going to get the Fierce Proxemics. Finish your final blows, grant grenade and melee energy. And Rapid Remedy, machine gun rapid final blows, heal you. Oh, that's nice. In Tier 2, we're getting Blinding Jolts. Final blows on jolted combatants blind nearby combatants. And Precision Equity. Precision final blows build progress toward a large orb of power that also grants bonus weapon damage on pickup. Higher ranked targets grant more progress. A large orb of power. How large? And in Tier 3, we're getting Taser Tag. Arc-powered melee hits jolt combatants and deal further damage for a short duration. And Sticker Shock. Arc Flux, Magnetic, and Fusion Grenades deal more damage when attached to combatants. On final blows, they release several micro-missiles Seek to nearby components. My Archetype is just getting more and more excited. Yes, nearby combatants, not opponents. So, and does it work in PvP? Inquiring minds want to know.
No, it doesn't. No. I have read somewhere, and we may have already gone over it, or it may come up.
I figured probably not.
Artifacts do not work in Crucible.
Right.
Actually, no. They work in Crucible.
Yeah,
they don't work in Trials and Competitive. That's
right,
it.
Not competitive. No, yeah, not competitive in Trials, which makes sense, I guess. But wait, there's more.
More?
For your eagle-eyed readers, you might have noticed that we keep referring to artifacts in the plural, and it's for good reason. Artifacts for the past 6 years have served to shift around the meta season over season, encouraging you to try new things by giving some borrowed power. This model doesn't really work without a season, so we're breaking the bank and just offering you one artifact, but a whopping 7 artifacts. Sorry, not just one artifact, but a whopping 7 artifacts pulled from seasons past. These selections were all made to cover as many fan-favorite weapons, elements, and perks as possible, and we believe will give you a treasure trove of build crafting opportunities for years to come. They won't be coming back perfectly identical, though. In the past 6 years, the artifacts have shifted quite a bit, from the days of Glimmer Mods to anti-champion abilities taking up a large swath of the slots of the 7-row structure, and finally to boosts. We took a long look at each artifact, and not only did a balance pass to make sure they could live on in perpetuity, looking at you, Flashover, but also how we could integrate the best of all versions of the artifact to be available in a single build crafting ecosystem. So we're looking forward to see what you build with the bonuses and weapons. So yeah, so we're getting 7 different artifacts, which are, in sort of a whatever you're going to want to build into, different artifacts will have different perks towards those weapons. And because it'll work in your in-game loadouts now, you can now pull out, that laundry list of videos you have saved in your D2 builds list of things that no longer have an artifact to make them good. It may not be exact, but you may be able to relive some of those glory days with those builds that were super potent and super good, because now you can reapply the artifact mods.
Yeah.
And into the build, so you no longer have to say, oh, I want to apply this build, but I have to respec my artifact to do that. The build will respec the artifact for you. And that's wonderful. Again, such a nice change. Such a beautiful quality of life thing that we finally get a hold of. And as we've mentioned a little bit, because we are eagle-eyed readers, we're moving to Anti-Champion 2.0. Since, we no longer have seasons and new artifacts, we're not going to be stuck with the same anti-champion weapons forever. So they're going to roll these effects into intrinsic perks on every weapon in the game. Yes, every weapon, even exotics, as we've referred to in the screenshots we've looked at. Mm-hmm. So we made a decision to remove any activation criteria from these effects, no matter what you're using. Simply firing the weapon will apply the associated effect immediately, assuming you land your shots. Oh, that's lovely. So here's what we're getting. So and this is across, every weapon. So if it's an aggressive type weapon, you're getting unstoppable here. Aggressive and high impact weapons will work against unstoppable champions. Any aggressive, any high impact, doesn't matter what the weapon is. If it's that frame, it'll work against unstoppables. Precision and adaptive weapons will take care of barriers. So your favorite adaptive pulse rifles, auto rifles, hand cannons, whatever, and precisions will take out barriers. Your lightweight and your rapid fires are going to be good for overloads. So again, every weapon, the frame will now, work against those champions. And I assume, like the exotics we looked at will say, hey, that's what this is, good against. It'll have the weapon frame / the type of champion it works against.
Yeah, so those are those intrinsic frames for the weapons. So just overall, so you may have like lightweight shotguns or adaptive shotguns, will just do different things. So just be careful what you kind of take in there. And then they've got more weapons that they're covered below that are more niche intrinsic frames received other kind of effects.
Yeah, so we've got our support frame auto rifles are going to do overload. Our adaptive burst LFRs are going to do barrier. Our area of denial breach grenade launchers overload. Double fire breach grenade launchers double fire breach grenade launchers, micro missile breach grenade launchers, Waveframe breach grenade launchers and compressed wave drum grenade launchers will all work against Unstoppables. Your heavy burst hand cannons will take out Unstoppables. Your spread shot hand cannons are good for Overload. Your aggressive burst SMGs and pulses are good for Unstoppables. Your heavy burst pulse rifle, Unstoppables. That legacy PR55 frame, pulse rifle, good for barriers. Your rocket assisted pulses, Unstoppables. Rocket assisted sidearms, also unstoppable. Your disruption sniper rifle, barrier champions. Your caster sword, your vortex sword. Your caster sword, good for barrier. Your vortex sword, good for overload. Your waveframe sword, good for unstoppables. And finally, your dynamic heat weapons, various ones, are good for overload, and your balanced heat weapons, good for overload. And then finally, exotic weapons each get the effect most reflected in how the exotic weapon behaved. So here's a few interesting examples, but we'll let you discover the rest once the Monument of Triumph is released. Maybe by the end of this I'll say it right. So again, this is not the entire list of exotics, but here's a handful they're going to spoil for us. So your Barrow Dyad will work against overloads. Your Izanagi's Burden for barrier. Trinity Ghoul, overload. Xenophage, unstoppable. Parasite, barrier. And Jotun, unstoppable. So there we go. And yes, and they do go on to show, the Xenophage will say it'll have the name of the intrinsic trait / the type of barriers against, and for your legendary weapons, it'll have the type of frame / and then the type of champion it takes out. So they have the Reghaus Pledge rapid fire frame auto rifle is good against overloads, and your Cataphract GL3 adaptive frame grenade launcher is good against barriers. So you won't have to guess or make a list. It'll just show you right on the gun what they're good against, which is beautiful. And they're excited to see what builds we put together.
Yeah. And with that, and with everything else that's kind of coming up, we're getting vendor updates or vendor refreshes or vendor retractions. So with this release, many of your favorite vendors across the tower are getting an update. Their reputation rank reward tracks are returning to many of the vendors. So Shax, Zavala, Saint 14, Zur, Banshee 44, and even your old pal Drifter. They've expanded their focus options significantly, as well as some other vendor-specific updates that we'll touch on below. So, yes, hopefully with those reward tracks being included back with Gambit, Vanguard stuff, and Crucible stuff, we'll be able to kind of max it out and then reset it. Because at the moment, when we had Renegades, it's because everyone got to the max, and it's we can't do anything, nothing's happening, and we're kind of Yeah,
you've just been stuck at I've been stuck at 10,000 for Shax forever, and just never be able to reset it. So at least
I think way before even Iron Banner, it's that's where I am. Focusing tiered gear. So focusing for tiered gear is now available, or will be available, on many vendors across the tower. This includes newly added gear as well as gear from across the last several releases, for example, Edge of Fate, Ashen Iron, and Renegades. Weapons will be focusable at Tier 3 and Tier 4 depending on the player's power level. With the addition of the upgraded weapons, that you can take any rolls that you get from focusing and upgrade them to Tier 5, as we kind of talked at the beginning of this, or the other one. I can't remember which article. It's all kind of blurred into one. But yeah, we know that we can take a Tier 3 and Tier 4 and upgrade them, while activities will remain the best and most consistent source of natural Tier 5 weapons. However, because armor is not upgradable, focusable armor will go up to Tier 5. Okay, so we won't be able to upgrade the Solstice armor that we got at the moment, like they're saying, up to Tier 5, but it may be able to get it to drop, maybe at that monument. Maybe Grandma Stranger Danger will come around as a vendor. No, she's been taken out the back. We spoke about this last week. She's fled the tower. That's it. She's no longer needed.
Gone forever, huh? Never gonna return again. Because I can see her. I can see them returning her on the schedule just as a vendor for the armor, maybe. But yeah, I guess we'll find out.
So here's how gear focusing will work on vendors. So general weapons will be focusable at Tier 3 or Tier 4. Tier 3 equal to 300 to 399 power, and Tier 4 is 400 plus power. Tiered weapons may be upgraded to Tier 5. Armor will be focusable based on power level. Tier 3 is 300 to 399 power. Tier 4 is 400 to 519 power. And Tier 5 is 520 plus. Ada 1 updated Ada 1's shader inventory. So she's getting some additional shaders. Year 1 shader pack of shaders and 4 unreleased shaders. Alchemy Scorch, Bone Mill Loam, Brine Glow, Charred Plumage. And they're also going to increase the number of available shaders per week from 3 to 6. It's still going to be randomly rotated to available shaders each week. So it's going to be once a week and you're going to get 6, but they're going to be random. So that means that somebody's still got to make a video on that. Okay. Updated Ada 1's legacy armor to no longer be on a rotation. Expanded the selection to all armors for transmog purposes. Updated thread bounties reset, so no longer reset seasonally. Instead, players will earn 1 additional thread bounty per class per week. New bounties available each week at weekly reset. And maximum number of available thread bounties per class is 10. So there you go.
Yeah, because and another question people had is how are we going to be able to unlock more things for transmog if there's no more seasonal structure. So yeah, just week by week, you can wait 10 weeks, you'll have 10 of them, you can spend them, you can wait another 10 weeks, spend them again, or just and go play the game while you're doing that. So you can look good and feel good at the same time. Nice.
Drifter is getting his Gambit reputation rank restored. Updated Gambit focusing and gear additions. Tiered focusing will utilize Gambit engrams and now includes focusing for all tiered Gambit gear, including new Gambit weapons and armor. Banshee 44 Gunsmith reputation rank track has been restored. Dismantling weapons and armor gives a gunsmith reputation again. Updated gunsmith focusing now includes shared pool weapons from previous releases, included tier gears from Edge of Fate, Ashvine, and Renegades. Hawthorne, they've updated the clan engrams to give tiered gear. Good. Saint 14 Trials of Osiris reputation ranked reward track has been restored again. Updated the Trials focusing now includes focusing for all tiered Trials gear. Gear additions, including tier gear from the Edge of Fate, Ashvine, and Renegades, and focusing will utilize Trials engrams. Saladin, only available during Iron Banner. They've updated the Iron Banner focusing, now includes focusing for all tiered Iron Banner gear. Gear additions, including tiered gear from Edge of Fate, Ashvine, and Renegades. Focusing will utilize Iron Banner ciphers obtained through Iron Banner match completions. Iron Banner will maintain event cards and will not see its reputation rank reward track restored. Okay.
So no track to update, so no gilding? I mean, it doesn't like gilding either way, but not even a track, which, fair, I guess, but a little disappointing.
Yeah. But Shax gets his Crucible reputation rank track restored with updated Crucible focusing, and now including focusing tiered includes focusing for all tiered Crucible and competitive Crucible gear. Gear additions, including tiered gear from Edge of Fate, Ashvine, and Renegades. Tiered focusing will utilize Crucible engrams. Competitive Crucible gear will require Crucible ciphers, which can be obtained via completing competitive Crucible. Xur, his reputation rank track has been restored. Purchasing an item from Xur grants reputation, and Xur's inventory has been updated with new catalysts added to inventory. That's a bit of a shame. I would have thought maybe new catalysts would put them in game modes, play Gambit to get certain weapons. So you're missing the trick, Bungie. Just put them in the game modes. It will make people go in and play game modes. Don't just stick it with. I know he appears every Friday, and it's like, let's get everybody logged in.
That's what I wonder is if they put all of them there, or if they have added some of them to just the ritual playlist to play. I wonder if that's everything given to him to purchase, or if it's just some of them. But
it's new catalysts added to inventory and tiered armor. So
I'm guessing it's the same thing. They just give them all to him to sell, but it would be it was always exciting to get rewarded from Gambit, Crucible, or
It might be because
I got a catalyst drop. Because it's 25 new catalysts, so there are, you can throw them all on Xur and eventually he'll just sell them all. But that's, I don't know. I'm hoping they maybe put a couple there and then maybe put the rest in game. But we'll find out what happens.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's always more fun to earn things than just to go buy them from the shop.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you always say, isn't it? You wait long enough and they give you stuff. They just give it to you
Yep.
for free, kind of thing. Yeah. Zavala again has his Vanguard reputation rank track restored, and this now includes focusing for all tiered solo ops, fighting ops, arena ops, and pinnacle ops gear. Gear additions including Edge of Fate, Ash of Iron, and Renegades. Tier focusing will utilize Vanguard engrams. Pinnacle Ops and Arena Ops gear will require Vanguard ciphers, which can be obtained via Pinnacle Ops and Arena Ops activities. Nightfall ciphers that players may have had in their inventory will automatically update to Vanguard ciphers, because those are the ones that they told us to hang on to a very long time ago and said, hang on to these ciphers because they'll be coming back. They will be coming back. Yeah, they're going to come back at some point. They're not. You're going to change them. Rewards from Call to Arms are available to pick up from Zavala for those who have earned but not yet received them. Updated the rotation for weekly Vanguard Arms rewards. Destination vendors updated gear to be distributed at Tier 3. So there you go. There's not many, but there are still kind of like Finch on the Throne World. We've got the guy on
They're from K who's
New
gone
Luna,
back to the
Devil-
EDZ. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am seeing now, and maybe they'll get to this still, but as far as I know, I can only hold 8 engrams at a time, and you've just listed a whole bunch of engrams I'm now going to need to do all these upgrades.
No, the engrams are stored at the vendors. Do you remember?
Right. Okay, yes. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. I was like, I've heard a lot of
But
engrams.
they only go up to 99 on the vendors, because remember we hit that with when we were doing our testing for Crucible and playing constant Iron Banner. Yes, we were getting Iron Banner stuff, but you go over to Shaxx and it would go up to 99. It wouldn't go any further. So you'd have to take out a couple of them and then stack it back up. But yeah, so the engrams that they're saying will go to the vendors, but the ciphers will go to your inventory.
Right. Okay. That's right. I'd forgotten that they were part of the vendors, so I don't have to. Basically, my concern was my bright engrams and my exotic engrams. Those just stack on my character eventually, but there's only 8 slots, and I haven't heard nor do I see anything in the screenshot about those increasing. But I forgot those will be at the vendors, so I don't have to hold 99, Crucible engrams and balance all those to go and then go spend them. So that's good. That's excellent. Go there, spend my credit.
Also, another good thing that's happening is you can attune anywhere. So attunement now lives in your inventory. Ooh. So you don't have to worry about going back to that vendor and going, oh God, I missed going to that vendor. I can't, we're in the middle of the activity. I can't attune to it. Don't worry. It's in your inventory under accessories and your consumables. It's just there. And you can click on it and it will give you everything. You can attune for Distortions, World Drops, Solo Ops, Fighting Ops, Arena Ops, Pinnacle Ops, Crucible Ops, Trials of Osiris, Iron Banner, Gambit, Onslaught, Sparrow Racing League. It's all there. It's all just there.
That is beautiful. So yeah, if you're hanging out in orbit, waiting for your friends during a break between SRL, you can go change your attunements to see what you're getting. That's excellent. Again, just so many good changes, so many good quality of life, so many improvements.
But attuning to a weapon means that you get a significantly higher chance of the drop rate, but it's not guaranteed. It's a higher drop chance, not guaranteed. Because all those other weapons are in that loophole, can't just get thrown in there as well. So it's available. You can attune and hopefully get more. Because but I think
we're just putting our thumb on the scale to say you'll get these more often, but you won't only get these.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've moved it does say that the world drops, but I'm not sure for Kepler, I've attuned so that I can get the auto rifle at Kepler. So I'm not sure if the Giver's Blessing. I'm not sure if that'll be then included and taken out of the vendor at the location or things like that. I mean, it says to me that it should be, but yeah.
Yeah, I
was just to see.
Are we going to have 2 different? Yeah, I was saying, I guess we're not going to have 2 different attunements, but yeah, and it is nice to see you can attune different things. So players can be attuned for one weapon for each activity type. So, for example, you could be attuned to your Cry Mutiny and Solo Ops, Nightshade and Fireteam Ops, and a Better Devils and Crucible Ops. So it's not like you have to pick one attunement overall. It's per activity type you can pick one thing you're going for. So, I'm seeing the Randy's throwing knife there in the Crucible Ops attunement list, and maybe I want to get more of those because those are delicious. So yeah, it's nice that you can pick, you can sort of pick the thing you want in each activity versus going, nope, this is the one you must attune to, and now you're stuck there. And with that, as I say, we have more to share later today in our TWAP, coming in just under 2 hours, and for you, dear listener, in mere moments. So we're going to learn what's changing in the Crucible, what new rewards we can get in Pantheon, and much more.
This is your weekly rundown for Destiny 2 Renegades, week 27 starting on June 2nd. This is the final week of Destiny 2 Renegades, before the last ever update of Destiny 2 on June 9th, bringing with it updated raids and dungeons, Sparrow Racing League, Pantheon 2.0, and much, much more. Over in the Portal Crucible Ops this week will be competitive, control, and another Crucible playlist mode, with Trials of Osiris at the weekend. Other non-featured modes of 3v3 Dominion and 6v6 Jetmate Control should be found over on the Crucible Director. Nothing new in the solo ops this week. In the Fireteam Ops we have one of the rotating reclaim missions, with this week being Fallen Bunker, with all other Fireteam Ops staying the same. In the Arena Ops we still have Season of Plunders, Catch Crash, Season of Loss, Astral Alignment, and Season of the Haunted's Nightmare Containment. In the Pinnacle Ops we have one of the rotating Onslaught maps, with this week being Midtown, with all other missions being unchanged. In the Vanguard Alerts tab found in the seasonal hub, the Grandmaster Alert this week will be the Arms Dealer. Over on the Lawless Frontier, the contested territory should start this week's rotation with Venus, with the Fire and Ice exotic mission being Solar Threat. On Kepler, featured mission 1 this week will be Commencement, and featured mission 2 will be Charge. For our Legacy rotation, the Dreaming City this week is at a medium curse level, which means Petrovenge can be found in the Divilian Mist, and has the Oracle Engine mission for the next week. The Blindwell features Hive enemies and the Plague Kragar. The Ascendant Challenge will be the Shattered Ruins over in the Spine of Keris. On the Moon, the weekly story mission is a mysterious disturbance. The Drove Guardian is located in the Anchor of Light, while the Wandering Nightmare is the Nightmare of Zoltal in Sorrow's Harbour. Nightmare hunts Tanix, Isolation, Zydron, Servitude, and Ghoul Rage. The Altars of Sorrow start this week's rotation with the Nightmare of Zydron and the Heretic Rocket Launcher. On Europa this week, Phylax the Warrior will be the Empire Hunt, Asterian's Abyss will be the Eclipse Zone, and the Exo Challenge will be Agility. Dares of Eternity expert difficulty rounds are Fallen, Hive, and Zydron. The Scatterhorn armor set and the Lightkin armor set will be available in Dares of Eternity with Weapon Set 3. Chroma Rush, Ignition Code, Grid Skipper, Farewell, Sonja's Tale, Shattered Cipher, Main Ingredient, Long Shadow, Last Dance, Toil and Trouble, Wishbringer, and Last Perdition. The Witch Queen weekly story mission is The Ghost, Altar of Reflection's Choice, and Altar of Reflection's Insight. The Wellspring activity will start the week on Defense, with the Arc Grenade Launcher, Tarnation, and Vazul Solar Scorn Chieftain as the boss. The Lightful weekly mission is First Contact, the Partition mission will be Ordnance, and the Vex incursion will be Umshire Park. In the Pale Heart is the Exotic Class Item mission Dual Destiny, and the 12 Guardian Match-Made Excision mission, with a Grandmaster version guaranteeing you the Ergosum Catalyst and a Descendant Shard. The Lost Sector rotation for this week will start with Veil's Labyrinth on the Cosmodrome, Bay of Drowned Wishes on the Dreaming City, Sky.4 on the EDZ, Bunker E15 on Europa, K1 Logistics on the Moon, Hydroponics Delta on Neptune, the Conflux on Nessus, Sepultura on the Throne World, and the Blooming Deep in the Pale Heart. All Legacy raids and challenges are now available all the time, and at present there are also no featured raids or dungeons each week, but you can farm past raids and dungeons for their respective exotic weapons, with no weekly lockouts. Over on Kepler we have the Desert Perpetual Raid, and Desert Perpetual Epic Raid, with both versions dropping Tier +3 loot, with the chance for the exotic rocket launcher Whirling Ovation to drop. Over on Venus, the new dungeon Equilibrium has the chance for the exotic combat bow Heirloom and the Dark Matter Crystal for the Praxis Blade to drop. The exotic mission rotator will be Encore, over in the Legends tab, with the Coil of 1 exotic auto rifle being the main reward, and the Episode Echoes weapon set. The exotic missions, the Whisper and Zero Hour, will also be available in the Legends tab. And that's it for the 27th week of Renegades. So we really should have said at the beginning of the podcast, settle in with your favourite beverage or go on your favourite journey to listen to this 3-hour long plus podcast, because I didn't realise it was going to be so long, but it is. So there. Yeah.
See,
that's what you get. You say for weeks that we don't give you enough talky at you. Yeah. Now we give you talky at you for a very long time.
Yeah, for weeks and weeks we were telling you about the same known issues and the same updates and the same lack of anything. Bungie said, we hear you, we're listening, the team is jamming, and we're going to give you a whole lot of information all at once. See, and here Night Demon was fretting that I was away last week, and then that's when they would drop everything, and then he would have to read it, the entire thing. But no, don't worry, they waited for me to get back, and then they dropped all the information.
Yeah, sharing the stumbling together.
See, they're looking out for you, so we can both read poorly. But thanks to your expert editing, we sound competent and coherent.
Maybe not this week.
Maybe. We'll see.
But this week in Destiny for the 29th of May, because we didn't get one last week. We had the sorry, we're leaving you and thing. But we've got one this week, and it's on a Friday. So we record on Saturday. So we've got all the information all wrapped up in one large show for you.
We sure do.
But we don't have to talk about the dev insight for the weapon article and focusing preview because we've already done that. We also don't need to talk about the dev insight for the Return of the Director, which they also mention here in the tweet. We can move on to the PvP strike team update because
they found them.
They found them, and they've told them they need to write stuff. Yeah, they're writing stuff.
And here I thought the PvP strike team was lost to time, like, stuck in the Vex network or something, but they've been found. That's great news.
Mm-hmm.
All right. PvP strike team update. We found them once more with feeling. So, hey, we've got a Sandbox tuning preview. So first let's review some of the previously discussed Sandbox tuning for weapons and armor that will directly impact Crucible. They'll have more to talk about with abilities next week. But as a sneak peek, here's some of what we're getting. So for global abilities, all multi-charge abilities will now start Crucible matches with one charge instead of all charges. So, if you have 2 or 3 melees, you'll start with one of those, not all of those. For Void, your invisibility greatly increased opacity to make players more visible in Crucible. Scatter grenades, they reduce the chase distance versus players by 50%. Reduce the amount of grenade energy this ability gains from perks by 12.5%. Both good changes, because I'm sorry, hunters. I need to at least be able to see something when I'm fighting you in PvP. You're still going to dodge and jump and leap out of the way, but at least need to have a chance to know that you're there.
Yeah, and then when you throw the scatter grenade and get me because you're invisible, yeah.
Yep. So for Solar Hunters, your Deadshot Super, they're reducing the energy refunded for kills on enemy players by 40%.
To stop you wandering around the map just killing me spawning back in, and you kill me again, because that happens.
If I can't run from one end of the map in my Arc Super to the other end of the map, you can't shoot me from afar either. Mm-hmm. For Void Warlocks, your Pocket Singularity, they're reducing the tracking shape against players by 60%. So you have to be a little more accurate with your Pocket Singularity. You can't just launch it in a direction and hope to find someone. For the Arc Titans, they've removed a lunge range bonus versus enemy players, corrected an issue where the bonus damage could be applied too early, increasing the damage of the melee that activated it and causing unexpected one-hit kills in Crucible. It never felt that strong to begin with, but hey, I guess maybe it was for someone. But apparently they're, removing all our last remaining lunge range and making it even weaker. Stasis Titans, your Diamond Lance reduce the freeze AoE versus enemy players. Players can no longer quick fall after throwing the Diamond Lance. That's fair, because no one wants to be frozen in Crucible. No one enjoys that. Artifacts. Artifacts are now disabled in Trials and competitive playlists. Like we said, Trials and competitive playlists, no artifact. Other PvP, artifacts are up. Enjoy. Yep. Go have fun. Your exotic armor. The Warlock's Demios Fusion, they've increased the time between damage ticks against players. And the Nothing Manacles, they reduce the extra seeker created from 4 to 3 and reduce the range and lifetime of each extra seeker. So again, just have to be a little more accurate, a little closer. Titans, the ACDO feedback fence no longer provide any damage resistance versus other players.
Sad times. Sad times.
So you can wear them, but you're gonna die more quickly as they punch you, and you hope it works and actually delivers that shock.
Yeah, I don't get that, because isn't that the whole point of the feedbacks? Is that
yeah, that does feel like just a weird...
Taking melee damage causes you to emit a burst of damage, and it consumes your charge, but you deal more damage based on. Yeah, it's just like, surely you should be, if you're up close and people are punching you, it's their fault that they're up that close punching you. I'm wearing the exotic because it's that exotic benefit, but hey ho, I'm not a dev and I'm not allowed to do it. So
yeah. And apparently it was giving 23.5% melee damage resistance up to 80%, I guess, based on stacks and whatever else. So
I'll have to do something else then.
Yeah, it seems very silly to say put these arms on and run into people if you then can't put those arms on and run into people. Oh well, hey ho, back to something else.
Yep.
For the ammo system, they're reducing the point gains from special ammo and heavy ammo kills and assists and super kills by 33%. I feel like we read this somewhere already. Reduce,
I think it was on the ammo system and things. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
they keep going over it to make sure that people understand it.
Yep, yeah. So we're going to remind you to reduce the glaive melee point gains by 20%, and your adaptive burst LFR ammo crates from 5 to 3, and your bitter end ammo from the crate 75 to 62, so being reduced as well. Now the weapon stuff
we've already done. Yeah,
Yeah,
we did. I did go over that just now with the
I just to
the
say
adaptive.
these are exactly the same, right? I don't want to go and
Exactly the same.
yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, they
Yeah,
basically
even down to the perks that they changed.
Yep. Yeah, I was looking at those going, these look awfully the same, but if they are different, we're going to tell people. But yeah, so all the ammo things, all the weapon things we've already talked about, same thing happens in PvP. So across the board, those are happening. Same thing with, Adagio, Full Choke, and Shot Package Intrinsic. Those perks have all been changed. They're unifying the Crucible Ops, though. We're bringing the Crucible Ops together.
Mhm.
So they've moved all the playlists into the Crucible Ops screen and deprecated the legacy Crucible node, getting us to stop asking, why are there two if no one's going to play one of them? So this will allow us to better focus the population and reduce the instances of duplicate or overlapping playlists. As a note, for Control and Iron Banner Control, the only playlist in which skill is utilized for matchmaking, outlier protection has been set automatically to revert to open skill if queuing times are taking too long. So there we go. Let the ongoing debate about what kind of matchmaking, apparently only Control and Iron Banner Control use a skill. Everything else is connection, other than Trials, which uses who even knows what at this point. Something cards. So for Control, your outlier protection matchmaking replaced by Iron Banner Control when it's active. Competitive uses rank-based matchmaking. Rumble, open skill matchmaking. Quick Play, open skill matchmaking. Rotates game modes weekly. Between Mayhem, Rift, Relic, Momentum, Scorched, Supremacy, Clash, Zone Control, Hardware Mix, 6v6. Replaced by Iron Banner Quick Play when active. Your small team Quick Play, open skill matchmaking rotates daily between Survival, Heavy Metal, Elimination, Hardware Mix for 3v3, Arena Collision 4v4, Lockdown, Clash, Elimination, replaced by Trials of Osiris when active. Your limited time modes, Trials of Osiris is passage-based matchmaking, available every Friday through reset on weeks when Iron Banner is not active, replaces the small team Quick Play. Iron Banner Control, outlier protection matchmaking, available for 1 week every 4 weeks, replaces Control. Iron Banner Quick Play, using open skill matchmaking, available for 1 week every 4 weeks, rotates between Tribute, Fortress, and Eruption. So we are getting all three of the other existing modes, answering my question earlier.
No Rift.
Nope, no Rift. No Rift, no Mayhem. It replaces Quick Play. Also, Sparrow Racing League and private matches are there. So there you go. So everyone, here's your canonical article to screenshot and argue about the matchmaking. Here's what Bungie is saying for the last and final time, are all the different matchmakings and all the different modes. There you go. All laid out in one place for you to refer to and bicker over till the end of time.
And the good thing, I suppose, with the small team quick play thing is that there are technically 9 modes with Survival, Heavy Metal, Elimination, Mixed, Arena Collision, Lockdown, Clash, Elimination, and then Trials of Osiris. So, in theory, we might start Tuesday with Survival, Heavy Metal on a Wednesday, Elimination on a Thursday, and then Friday reset, we get Trials of Osiris, and then the next week we'll then start with Hardware Mix, Arena Collision, Lockdown, and then Trials of Osiris. But then they continue to not be there when Iron Banner? When Iron Banner's there, the small team quick play will still kind of rotate, so we might get 7 individual modes rather than kind of 4 modes and then Trials of Osiris for the last 3 days kind of thing. So that's how it's going to work.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So at least there should be a good mix of, PvP things up all the time and Rumble up all the time for the people who want to go into Rumble, which is not me, but I know that's when they took that away, there was a lot of complaint that I want to go and I want to play, and I just am one person. Let me go play my Rumble. Let me go play my, single PvP game mode. And of course, we're getting updated rewards.
Yeah.
but we're getting the armor set with the Triumphal Anthem perk. The 2-piece is Scoot to Loot. So sliding collects nearby ammo and temporarily grants enhanced reload speed and handling for your weapons. And the 4-piece is Shoot to Scoot. There we go. We have Scoot to Loot and Shoot to Scoot. Dealing damage with your weapons temporarily grants enhanced slide. Gain damage resistance while sliding. So there you go. You can shoot, scoot, loot. You can do all the things. And our new weapons, we're getting the Helmsman. It's an arc high-impact bolt-action sniper rifle.
Ooh.
And reprised back fully tiered with new perk options. The Joxer's Longsword, Better Devils, Unending Tempest, Randy's Throwing Knife, Autumn Wind, Out of Bounds, Sorrow's Verse, Survivor's Epitaph, The Keening, and Frozen Orbit. So that's a good collection of fan favorites. And returning weapon from Edge of Fate through Renegades that will also still be earnable. Riptide, the Mos Athenar 4, the Mida Macro Tool, Pure Recollection, Returned Memory, Stars and Shadow, and the Quavictus 4. And the newly tiered weapons from pre-Edge of Fate, which are coming back as tiered versions with the same perks as last time, the Retrofuturist, the Anonymous Autumn, and the Last Perdition. And we're getting new ships, Sparrows, and Ghosts as part of the game drops, which I think I saw Noble and Donnie excitedly talking about. They're all Shaxx themed.
Yeah.
So we've got the Glory of Shaxx ship, which has, lovely furry shoulder pads, if a ship could have shoulders. The Warlord Charge, a lovely Sparrow that I'm sure you can take into SRL with a single horn. And I'm wondering if there's a, particular, Shaxx horn that maybe comes with this one, because I see the horn is there in the picture. I wonder if there's a Shaxx horn specifically. And the Lordly Shell, which is, of course, a ghost shell with a single horn as well. So you could have all the Shaxx things. So yeah, new emblem and shader on Shaxx's reward track. You could be all Shaxxified, fully Shaxxed out, while you're shooting and scooting to loot. So you want to tell us about our new modifier, Arena Collision, that we've talked about a little bit, but what is Arena Collision?
Oh, it is a 4v4 game mode that harkens back to the original arena style of sandboxes with more methodical gameplay focus on weapons, map knowledge, and movement. You have to fight over the heavy ammo crates to help you control the objective and enjoy a greatly reduced penalty for hip firing and airborne gameplay. So we have some rules here. Primary weapons, damage is unchanged and the hipfire accuracy and aim assist penalties are decreased. Special weapons, disabled. Heavy weapons, damage decreased. The game starts with 3 heavy ammo crates active, 1 for each side and 1 neutral location. Crates respawn as a wave on 120 seconds cooldown. Crates are not shared, so grab it while you can. General weapons, all weapons are granted plus 60 airborne effectiveness. Radar is heavily modified. Base radar range has been decreased and no longer expands dynamically. Players will only show up on the radar if they are shooting, sliding, sprinting, jumping, or having heavy ammo. Within the center circle, players will show up as a dot instead of illuminated wedges. Ooh, that's interesting. Grenades. Grenade base recharge has been disabled. Getting a final blow will refund grenade energy, the amount of which is based on the base cooldown of your grenade stat. Melees. Powered melees are disabled. Melee damage has been decreased. Glaive melee damage has been further reduced. Class ability base recharge has been disabled. Getting a final blow will refund class ability energy, the amount of which is based again on your ability that you've selected, its base cooldown, and your class ability stat. Supers, you ain't getting them. They're disabled. Camera, that's disabled for 3 peeking. And the respawns are 7 seconds. Revives are enabled. So
Interesting. Yeah. So a very primary weapons, focused weapon mode with a lot of other things disabled. Interesting. And 4v4.
So a lot of dual primary weapons.
4v4. Yeah. And honestly, I just kind of like that there's another 4v4 mode outside of Gambit for when you have, when that 4th friend shows up and you're like, well, we can't do a raid. We can't do a dungeon. Now we have 4 of us. There's another option for four people. That's honestly the primary weapon thing sounds good to me because I've always been a primary weapon PvP user anyway.
Yeah. Me too.
So I've never done special or double special or any of that because I'm not good, and I'm going to be farming my bygones or whatever my new favorite pulse rifle is going to be to bring in there.
Yeah. But we do have some new additions to the private matches, so they're not going to be available in anywhere else apart from with your friends. We have Glass Cannon. When everyone is super, no one is. This modifier is filled with 30 seconds of fun, style loop of power spikes, but players are much less resilient. Plays most similarly to the D1 style of Crucible. Primary weapons, body shot damage is significantly increased. Special weapons, damage is significantly increased. Special ammo meter progress significantly faster. You can retain twice as much ammo after death. The game starts with special ammo crates active and crates are shared. Heavy weapons, damage is significantly increased. A single heavy ammo crate will spawn at a neutral location on a 240-second cooldown and the crate is shared. General weapons, aim assist is slightly reduced. Radar is unchanged. Grenades cooldowns are doubled, but damage is greatly increased. Melee cooldowns are doubled, but damage is greatly increased. Class ability cooldowns are doubled. Supers cooldowns are halved, but damage taken from weapons, grenades, melees while in super is greatly increased. Camera is unchanged, and the respawn is 5 seconds, no revives. And then we also have software, the opposite of hardware. Throw more grenades and melees and supers and look good while doing it. So this is the third person view version, isn't it? So yeah, it's fixed in third person. So primary weapons, special weapons, heavy weapons, general weapons, all disabled. Radar is unchanged. Grenades, cooldowns greatly decreased. Melees, cooldowns greatly decreased. Class ability, cooldown greatly decreased. Supers, cooldown greatly decreased. Fixed in the third person and respawns 5 seconds, no revives. We've also added a new rule set for Rift to private matches. So that is single round Rift, allows the game to play continuously from start to finish with no resets after a spark is dunked. Cool. Renewed competitive rewards. So while they're doing a reward refresh, they've decided not to reset rank alongside these releases. So if you're already at quite a high rank, you're still going to be there. And you just have to maintain it. That's it. So check out the new competitive armor sets below and the weapons. So very cool. And we have some armor set bonuses, which are per Adastra. Primary chain, primary weapon ammo, final blows grant stacking bonus to mobility and primary weapon range and handling until you are defeated. And the 4-piece is sublime transit. Increased mobility and grants enhanced sprint speed and slide distance. Note, these benefits do not stack with the enhanced sprint or slide provided by exotics or abilities. They do stack with things like increased movement speed via scalar, like lightweight or killing wind. Weapons, we have a new weapon, which is Solomon Lie, which is an arc lightweight frame hand cannon. More hand cannons, 140 RPM. Here. We have a reprisal of the Rose, the Retrix S-Stock, the Mercurial Overreach, Deadlock, Belosaurus D, and the Riposte, returning. Solemn Remembrance and Peculiar Charm. Alongside the new competitive / glory armor set, the returning weapons are also adding 2 new emblems to be earned. So the new competitive emblem, I Am the Crucible, wins 77 games in the Crucible playlist to unlock this emblem. Really cool.
Yeah, very, very like Spartan themed. I was wondering, because they sort of had these on the screenshots above, and I was wondering if those were new. I didn't remember them. So good.
Yeah. And then we also have the new Ascendant Zero emblem, Last Guardian Standing. Works the same way as the original Ascendant Zero emblem, where you earn points for wins in Ascendant Zero. With more points for wins at higher ranks, the number of points you have determines the emblem drop chance after winning. Earning 1,000 points guarantees the emblem on your next win. So you have to get to Ascendant, and then you have a chance of it kind of dropping.
And then
cool.
Win.
Yeah.
So,
Win.
So maybe in a year when everyone good has left, I'll have my chance to to finally get there.
But progress towards earning this emblem only begins after you've acquired the Umbral Echelon, which is still available to be earned. So I'm guessing that's the one that you can get now, and then after that you can get the Last Guardian Standing one. Cool.
One day something to aspire to.
Yeah. They've also taken a pass over the map weighting for the playlist, with the goal of removing some of the more frustrating maps and mode combinations from the playlist and reduce the likelihood of some others from occurring. So the map weighting changes. They've reduced Solitude in Clash, high to normal, Dissonance in Clash, high to very low, Rusted Lands Clash, normal to low, Widow's Court Clash, low to very low, Anomaly collision, low to very low. They've removed multiplex collision, low to 0. Exodus blue clash from very low to 0. Twilight gap clash, very low to 0. Vostok, both modes, very low to 0. And as I was talking to you earlier about like the rotations of trials, we now know roughly what we're going to be doing with trials. So going forward, they're going to be changing the way that the map selection works for trials. Each week we'll have up to 3 maps on rotation chosen using the below process. So one map is randomly selected from each of the 3 pools. So pool 1, you get Burnout, Javelin 4, Endless Veil, 33.33% chance of repeating a course per map. Pool 2, all pool 1 maps, and Ultra Flame, Pacifica, Sirius Plaza, Eventide Labs, The Dead Cliffs, Meltdown, Solitude, Radiant Cliffs, Wormhaven. And those are 8.33% chance per map. Pool 3, all of Pool 1 and all of Pool 2 maps, and all the remaining maps except Convergence, Rusted Lands, Multiplex, Citadel, and Exodus Blue. But I don't know what the other ones are because they didn't list them. They've put the except ones. So 3.23% chance per map of whatever else is left. So that's where
your favorite one. It's in there somewhere in that remaining list.
Yeah. So, you know, this is where they were kind of saying like some weekends you may kind of get double or triple of the same kind of map because pool 1 is in all of the pools, but you may end up like Burnout the first time and then a couple of Sirius Plazas and Eventide Labs and then maybe back to the first pool with Javelin 4 kind of thing, or maybe very rarely get a pool 3 map in there as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Basically, you're going to see a lot of Burnout, Javelin 4, and Endless Veil because it's a 33% chance for those, and everything else will be less likely.
I wonder why Exodus Blue, because I like Exodus Blue and Rusted Lands, but maybe they're kind of weighted too much for kind of trials. But
right, yeah. There were some of those where I'm looking at going, well, I like those maps, but I'm also not good enough to know the balance and the spawns and everything else. I'm sure it's like one of those. Yeah, these are not good for the modes they're in. I'm like, I like them because I play them 6v6 and I'm not good, so I don't know all the ins and outs and all the spots and the out of map locations and all the things that I'm sure they were trying to take into account and work around.
I mean, they said that this change will help to keep the trials experience feeling less repetitive week over week, which is agreeable. It's just, but I think people look forward to their map coming up that week, but their map has more of a chance of being their map more times in the week or weekend.
It's interesting because they say, so while most weekends we'd expect to end up with 3 different maps on rotation, the system makes it possible to have the more popular maps double or triple weighted. For example, we could end up with double Javelin 4 selected in pools 1 and 2, and Dead Cliff selected in pool 3 for a weekend. It's even possible, though unlikely, to end up with all Endless Veil, Burnout, and Javelin 4 for a weekend if that map gets selected in each pool. So we feel the change will help, keep it less repetitive. But there's a chance that, the heavily weighted maps you could still see a lot.
Yeah.
So it's basically 3 maps in the pool. So it's every time I load up a game, I've got a chance to get one of those 3 maps. Even if those 3 maps, it could be 2 of the same map and a third one, like you were saying.
Yeah.
So there will be some variety, but maybe less. More variety than there's now, as it's a map, but less. Yeah.
And hopefully that it's kind of when you go to select trials on the director, it's already kind of done the selection behind the scenes, so it will tell you if it's like burnout, or if it's Burnout, Javelin 4, and like the Dead Cliffs for the week. So you have a chance of any of those maps, or if it is just like Burnout for the whole thing, it's just Burnout. So
yeah. I wonder if it'll say, or if it'll just say trials. You'll figure it out when you get there.
Hopefully, they'll
play a handful of games and we'll tell you.
Yeah.
I would hope. So,
we've got more armor.
Yeah. Well, and those of you for holding on to your trials rewards, they've got the whole new set of rewards for trials. So we will be resetting trials engrams at launch. So spend them now. So if you do have your trials engrams, turn those in before June 9th because your new trials engrams and score-based rewards will be at the end of matches, dropping with the all-new gear, while our focus gear system is changing to have a pool of weapons instead of a single focused item. But the main takeaway is spend them so you don't lose them before then. And of course, getting new trial armor, and I'm going to assume a new emblem as well. I've never really liked the trials armor. It just, I don't know. I've never really found it that good looking.
I like the
trend
trials
kind of continues
from Destiny 1, where it was kind of more Egyptian themed.
Yeah. This hunter armor looks like a bunny rabbit kind of, with the what looks like 2 ears, very triangular Titan helmet, and then the warlocks, I guess, were feeling left out of having the Iron Banner.
They want to be a Titan,
horns. So we gave them big horns on their armor, and the rest is it's sort of vaguely kind of like gold and sleek, but not really. I don't know. I don't know. Never been my bag of tea. Never been my cup of tea, but
But we are getting some more with the new armor. We're getting some more bonus pieces. So I think Trials this is the third armor set is for Trials, and it'll have armor set bonuses. So 2 pieces, Primary Survivor. When an ally is defeated, primary ammo weapons gain increased handling, reload speed, target acquisition, and reduced flinch. Bonus increases when multiple allies are dead at the same time or when running solo. And 4-piece is Primary Phantom. Final blows with primary ammo weapons remove you from radar for a short time. Drawing a weapon that does not use primary ammo will immediately end this effect. That's pretty cool. Weapons, we are getting a new Willful Hammerita, which is an arc adaptive burst linear fusion rifle. Reprised. So, are these going to be in the tiers? I'm a bit confused at these things. So we've got reprised, returning, and newly tiered. So reprised, the messenger, the summoner, the scholar, Solar Scar, Asher's Care, Exalted Truth, Keen Thistle, the Inquisitor, Igneous Hammer, Shrire's Wrath, Eye of Soul, Exile's Curse, and Tomorrow's Answer. Returning.
So maybe those are going to the focus, because it says, our focus gear system is changing to have a pool of weapons instead of a single one. So maybe these are going into the pool of weapons you can focus, all of these returning and tiered ones.
I think reprisal aren't going to be tiered though. You'll be able to get them, but you won't be able to. They won't be tiered, because returning is the Martlet, the Conundrum Hammer, the Immortal, Cataphract GL3, Astral Horizon, Everburning Glitz, Burn of Guilt, Horus Neutralizer, Auric Disabler, Asher's Embrace, Unwavering Duty, and Forgiveness, which are all tiered so far in Trials, and then newly tiered, which were old ones, are Reed's Regret and Yesterday's Question. So they're going to be newly tiered, but you can still get older weapons reprised. Okay. Bonus focusing pools are replacing the old single weapons as the weekly focus. Now, a focus pool of weapons that drop in addition to the base rewards are going to be available. The Lighthouse will have its own focus pool as well, home to some of the best weapons Trials has had to offer. So week 1, we're going to be getting the Scholar, Exile's Curse, Solar Scar, Forgiveness, Aisha's Embrace, Conundrum Hammer, Astral Horizon. Week 2, Aisha's Care, Keen Thistle, Willful Hammerita, the Immortal, Burden of Guilt, Unwavering Duty, Cashback GL3. Week 3, the Exalted Truth, Eye of Soul, Tomorrow's Answer, Everburning Glitz, Auric Disabler, Aureus Neutralizer, the Martlet, and the Lighthouse will get Igneous Hammer, the Messenger, Shrire's Wrath, the Summoner, and the Inquisitor. And they've got 2 new sets of ships, sparrows, ghosts, and emblems for us to collect.
And a shader on the reward track. So just so we had all the Shax things for Crucibles, we have here's your Egyptian themed pharaonic shroud shell with a nice little beetle on it. Your Curse Eternal shell, and your Elytra Sprint Sparrow, and your Vermilion Crown Sparrow, your Idol of Ancestors ship, and your Featherweight ship. All some very Trials themed, some very Egyptian themed. Again, none of it's really for me, but it's there. It's all new stuff to earn, so good to give people rewards. Now, Iron Banner renewed rewards. So Iron Banner is returning with its 4-week cycle, and that's not all. You can also earn a new reward set and a slew of reprised and returning weapons. I have to say, the Iron Banner reward set, I do quite like, because I get a fun hat as a Titan, and just, fun hats, some casual pants. We've given the Warlock, it feels very like World War II, like, in the trenches is like the vibe I get from these. And then the Hunter gets a hood. So maybe he has a hat on under that. Maybe his head's safe. I don't really know, but that's his problem to figure out. And then let's see, our armor set is the Iron Battalion. So our 2-piece bonus set is going to be primary honing, increased handling and reload speed for primary ammo weapons. Primary ammo weapons gain increased damage against non-boss combatants based on your weapon stat. Our 4-piece is super cyclical. Final blows while your super is active, refund super energy when it ends. Our weapons, our big reprise pool is going to be the Fellwinter's Lie as a reprise weapon to get again. Fellwinter's Lie, the Multi-Mach CCX, Lethal Abundance, the Forward Path, Point of the Stag, the Wizened Rebuke, Pressurized Precision, Criminal's Dagger, the Time-Worn Spire, Roar of the Bear, Ganora's Axe, and the Occluded Finality. Our returning weapons are going to be the Red Husk's Pledge and the Finite Impactor. And our newly tiered weapons are going to be the Tusk of the Boar, Frontier's Cry, Archon's Thunder, Reese Walker, Tanisha's Mastery, Peace Bond, Allied Demand, the Hero's Burden, Claws of the Wolf, Jorum's Claw, and Bite of the Fox. Now our bonus focus pools, so these pools will alternate each time the Iron Banner is active. Winning games gives you a higher chance to earn bonus drops. So in our first Iron Banner, the Forward Path, the Time-Worn Spire, the Wizened Rebuke, Criminal's Dagger, Ganora's Axe, Fellwinter's Lie, and the Red Husk's Pledge will be in that bonus pool. Now in the second Iron Banner, Multi-Mach CCX, Finite Impactor, Occluded Finality, Lethal Abundance, Pressurized Precision, Point of the Stag, and Roar the Bear. So I don't know if, it says first and second Iron Banner. I don't know if it's like, the first one of the month, the second one of the month, and they'll alternate like that, or how they're doing. But there's, those are the 2 different loot pools and the 2 different bonus pools. And now that we've gotten through our Iron Banner and our lovely, flak jackets and World War II, or maybe it's World War I helmets, we have Enter the Pantheon. So the Pantheon is back as a permanent fixture. So our moment of triumph is going to include the new set of Pantheon raid activities, shaped in the image of the original format, but with upgrades and surprises featuring new bosses, new rewards, and new ways to play. So we wanted to celebrate Destiny 2's bosses that veterans may remember and give returning Guardians an opportunity to experience them. So now at launch, we're going to have 2 activities which will be available, each with a unique lineup of bosses. The first Saturday after launch, a 3rd activity will unlock, which challenges players to take on the full gauntlet of bosses. And then the following Tuesday at the weekly reset, rotators will begin featuring individual bosses. So our Guardians can earn new armor sets for each class, a suite of weapons reprised from the original activities with a unique origin trait, and a holofoil variant. Each multi-boss activity concludes with a vendor offering purchase of rerolls for acquired weapons with spoils of conquest. Reprised Pantheon encounters have a chance to reward ornaments for their original armor sets. For example, Callus may drop the armor ornaments associated with the original base Leviathan raid for Guardians who have not unlocked them. Completing a new set of triumphs rewards emblems, exotic, cosmetic items, and a new title. All activities will offer a new adventure difficulty aimed at players looking to lower the stakes for opportunities to learn, teach, and practice for success. This lifts the power cap, allows for infinite revives, and adds slack to the timing requirements for some mechanics with the trade-off of a limited pool of lower tier rewards. So this is a great addition. I like that there's the adventure difficulty. So if you are trying to go, practice a boss that you've either never fought, or, you have a group that's never taken on, or you just haven't done it in years and years. I mean, how many years has Callus been out of this game? I like that there's a way to go in, teach, figure out the encounter, and then you can go in and properly, try to execute that plan. I love that that's being added. And just as a reminder, as our original Pantheon was an Into the Light edition and came and went with that limited time, this second version of Pantheon is here to stay. It's in the game. So you don't have to worry about getting your team together day one, June 10th, get in there and knock everything out. It's just there for you to practice on and you to work on forever. So in addition to all those rewards, we have feats. So since the introduction of Edge of Fate, They've been listening to feedback that in already challenging activities, the feat system has made it too difficult to earn the highest quality rewards. In the Monument of Triumph, these activities will have a standard difficulty option without feats that will continue to offer weekly Tier 5 drops per encounter. Feats are still accessible in the custom difficulty mode, where they've overhauled the quantity and quality of rewards granted by completing encounters with feats active. The additional drops and tier upgrades are per encounter and guaranteed. So in addition, we've increased the reward value of some feats to better represent their degree of challenge. So they have a table below that shows this. So your Cutthroat Combatants is a +4 reward grade. Challenges will give you +3 rewards. Shock Troopers, +2 rewards. And Token Limit / Phase Limit, +1 reward grade. So they have a lovely, you can go grade 0 to 5 for 1 to 3 rewards of varying qualities. And finally, we're getting down to our raid and dungeon rewards. The thing that we've, has been teased maybe the longest and talked about most excitedly. So we wanted to provide a compelling reason for Guardians to revisit their favorite rad activities in the Monument of Triumph. To that end, we've updated all weapons and armor from the pre-Edge of Fate rad activities that now provide tier rewards. This means all raids and dungeons will drop tiered armor, all dungeons will drop tiered weapons, and craftable raid weapons will have tier bonuses accessible from the relic. For weapons, this unlocks all features of gear tiering, including enhanced perks, barrels, mags, origin traits, cosmetics, and mods. For armor, this unlocks all features of gear tiering plus unique set bonuses for each raid and dungeon. So every raid, every dungeon is getting, the armor and a unique set bonus. Craftable raid weapons will now have an option to upgrade into tiered gear, which we've talked about in the dev article. New tiered raid armor will no longer drop with a slot for the activity-specific mod. However, once acquired, these legacy armor pieces can now be purchased from Hawthorne with spoils. So Hawthorne is getting the legacy gear added to her inventory. So below is an example of the Shattered Throne dungeon that launched with its own unique armor set in 2018, which now rewards an armor set featuring art from Season of the Defiant and includes a new set bonus. So we have the 2-piece bonus is the Queen's Foil Rush. Gain a powerful overshield while performing your finisher, when you finish a target, releasing a slowing burst around you. And the 4-piece bonus is called Truth to Power. Gain increasing damage resistance when you deal damage or land a final blow. Finishers grant accelerated progress, and max stacks, the recharge rate of your abilities are also increased. Okay, and we have our rad rotator. The raid and dungeon weekly featured rotators are returning with challenges to incorporate tiered rewards. 2 raid and 2 dungeon activities will be promoted to featured status each week. Challenge icons will lead you to the featured activities on their original destinations, in addition to being sorted at the top of the raid and dungeon category on the director. While they previously offered a power upgrade, featured raid and dungeons will now reward the highest quality of gear, as they outline below, and the listed rewards are farmable unless noticed on a weekly lockout. So when you do pull up, like we talked about earlier, when you do pull up the map of where is this raid, where is this dungeon, it will give you an indicator of the featured ones. You can find them easier in the director. So for our featured raid, for standard, we have deep sight weapons or tier 5 armor from encounters and challenges. Master, same as standard, plus adept weapon from challenges. In director challenge, deep sight weapons or tier 5 armor on a weekly lockout. Hidden chests, tier 5 armor on a weekly lockout. Deep sight chests, deep sight weapon or tier 5 armor if all patterns are complete. And the vendor will give you weekly deep sight purchases. Master offers adept for 25 spoils. So you can't just, open all the hidden chests infinitely. So those are locked out weekly as well as the director challenges. But the rest is farmable. You can farm them to your heart's content. Your non-featured raid, standard will give you a chance of deep sight weapons in tier 3 armor. Master, challenge, and deep sight chests will give you deep sight weapons and tier 5 armor. So your featured dungeon is going to give you on standard and master tier 5 weapons and armor. Your director challenge is tier 5 weapons and armor on a weekly lockout, and your hidden chests is tier 5 weapon and armor on a weekly lockout. Your non-featured dungeon is going to give you on standard tier 3 weapons and armor, and on master tier 5 weapons and armor. As you can tell, this release is a look back on our rad content over the years. We've marveled about how well our extraordinary community has overcome every challenge we could dream up. Your dedication and limitless capability have been a source of inspiration with Pantheon and Monument of Triumph, we endeavored to again create an opportunity for your fire teams to walk to the unknown and achieve the impossible. So, the biggest question that we've now saved for the end of our articles, nearly at the bottom, more vault and loadout slots. Because now that we've told you about all the weapons and the armor and the reprisals and all the things, which as a reminder, if it's not good after this update, you should delete it. It's never going to be good. This is the last balance pass we're getting, but we still need a place to put these things. So before we close out this section about so many new and renewed weapons and armor to earn, you may be wondering, where are you going to put it all? Well, good news. Your vault is getting more space. It's increasing from 1,000 slots to 1,300 slots. So you're getting 300 more slots. Hopefully it's enough. I know that's one thing they've talked about, and I've seen it either DMG or Destiny 2 team post about, basically saying, the team wanted to give us more vault space, but again, just the technical limitations of the game, they can't give us unlimited vault space or thousands more slots, but at least we got 300 more, so hey, more is good. And on top of that, how about some extra loadout slots? They're adding 8 more of those to go from 12 to 20, as we noticed earlier. So come June 9th, you're going to have 1,300 slots in your vault and 20 loadout slots to play with in-game. So you can save 20 loadouts in-game. And I don't know, if you're a returning player, I know part of the Guardian rank was like to unlock those extra slots. So I don't know if it'll be 20 for everyone day one, or if it'll be, the Guardian rank thing if you are coming back and you need to get your rank up if those unlock over time. But, all will become clear once we're in there. Cosmetics, bright engrams, bright dust, and expanded exotic ornaments. When Renegades launched, they introduced the universal exotic ornaments, and the Destiny fashion community got to work making many exciting new fits for their Guardians. However, one question that rose to the top of the feedback: when can we put legendary ornaments on our exotic armor? The answer: Monument of Triumph. We didn't just stop at legendary ornaments, however. All qualities of armor ornaments from common to legendary can now be applied to your current exotic armor alongside your universal exotic ornaments. The same caveat applied as to the universal exotic ornaments still applied to your expanded ornaments. If the ornament is not specifically parented to the equipped exotic, its visuals will be temporarily disabled in PvP content, but will return upon exiting that content. Special visual cues or effects applied by ornaments that are not specifically parented to the equipped exotic may not be visible. So, we have an Orpheus rig here and, in the picture. So basically, if it's a pair of boots, you can put on any pair of boots from, the Scorched Hunter strides that you got day one in the game to every exotic pair of boots in the game. And in PvP, it will still be disabled. So you can't go in looking like you're wearing, absolute trash armor and you're actually wearing exotics. Same thing like they show the Hunter cloak, the relativism, the exotic one. You can use the Scorched Hunter cloak that you got day one in the game or any other cloak you've earned over time. So additionally note that the equipped armor's icon will update to show the visual of the equipped ornament, but will still retain the exotic quality color. So this will ensure the players in PvP always know that their rivals have an exotic equipped, even if they're wearing an ornament of a different quality. Exotic ornaments in collections. In addition to expanding the range of ornaments that can be equipped on exotic armor, the full collection of exotic armor ornaments for each class can now be viewed in collections in the exotic section. Excellent. And then finally, Destiny announcements. This one will allow you to refer to announcements you may want or need to reread, or you may have missed, or have accidentally dismissed for up to 30 days after receipt, after which they will naturally expire and be removed. Additionally, the system will now support automatic delivery of messages to the announcement screen, resulting in fewer pop-up messages overall. The announcement screen will also include a featured item carousel. In addition to the standing messages, this section will include information about relevant content. So we're getting, we're getting a news board, a bulletin board, again here at the end of time. And this is one, I don't remember if I put it in the news I grabbed from earlier, but this is one where I saw basically someone tweeting it at Bungie or DMG saying, "Why now?" And basically, he said, this is something they wanted to put in the game for a long time, and just to, it was in this batch of updates. So presumably we were going to get it sometime either in this update or Shattered Cycle or something. So, when you turn on the game and you press a button and that message that you just missed, you have no idea what it was. Now there will be a place to go and, read those, which I don't know if we're going to get more messages going forward or if this will be useful, but at least, there will be a place for those to go for 30 days. Bright Engram Focusing. The upcoming release will change the way that Bright Engrams work in addition to Bright Engram Focusing. How is it a new tab in the Eververse? Okay, well that answers my Bright Engram question earlier too. A Focus Engram will award an unknown item of the Engram's category. For example, a Focus Ship Engram will provide an unknown ship, which is also good because I was looking at my collections from like Season 1 and Season 2, and there's a number of ships that say, sold by Amanda Holiday, who I obviously can't go to buy ships anymore. So I was wondering if those were ever going to be obtainable so I could, complete those collections. Apparently, yes, you can focus the engrams and receive those. So it looks like there's a couple of different categories of engrams, focus flare, focus accessory, or just bright engram decryption. You can just decrypt them like you normally would. So the categories of focusing include, for one Eververse engram, then basically different amounts of bright dust. So for 0 bright dust, you can just, decrypt the engram, no focusing, just like you can today. For 300 bright dust, you can get legendary accessories, ghosts, ships, and vehicles together, legendary shaders, or legendary flare, which are hollow chips, ghost holograms, and transmat effects together. Good, I like that we're going to be able to get more hollow chips because those are just silly and fun, especially with SRL coming back. For 600 bright dust, you can get exotic accessories, ghosts, ships, vehicles individually, with skimmers included in vehicles. You can get legendary emotes, single player and multiplayer together, or legendary finishers. And finally, for 900 bright dust, exotic weapon ornaments. Nice, so that'll be a good source of ornaments for bright dust. Exotic emotes, single and multiplayer. And legendary and exotic armor ornaments, individual engram, per class, and slot combination. So focus engrams will contain Eververse source items in the category that are drawn from across Destiny 2's history. Even items newly introduced in the Monument of Triumph, and items that have never been offered in Eververse or for Bright Dust will be available through the focus engrams. So note that the focus engrams will offer items only. Bright Dust will not be a reward option, so you can't get Bright Dust from the focusing. You have to bring your own Bright Dust. Maybe it'll still be there in the regular decryption. Let's see. However, you can still get offers of gifts of Bright Dust from the original standard decryption with no focusing. So yes, if you just open the engram like you always have, you could get Bright Dust, but you can't get Bright Dust when you use it to focus. Seems fair. So while several focus engrams have more items shown in the preview of its contents, seriously, there are a lot of items. They will not drop duplicates, and their contents are finite. So this means they will gradually deplete their contents as they're required. As an engram depletes, the preview of its content will update, and eventually all remaining items will be visible to preview at once. When a focus engram has been completely emptied, its preview will be empty and additional purchase of the engram will be blocked, as there will be nothing left to earn. That's kind of nice. So you can basically work your way through different engrams. If you are a completionist saying, I want to own every ship, I want to own every Sparrow, every shader, you can eventually work through those so you do eventually get everything the game has to offer. That's nice. And answers my question that I had in my head of, will the duplicate drop the duplicate drop protection still be in effect? And yes. Bright Dust Focusing will also provide a one-to-one exchange for legendary engrams that were available before the Eververse engram was introduced in Season 12. The exchange for a given legendary engram will only be available if that engram is present in your engram inventory. Eligible legacy engrams are Bright Engrams, Illuminated, Dawning Crimson, Prototype, Solstice, Steadfast, Ephemeral, Etched, Winter Drift, Crimson, Notorious, Jubilant, Best of Year 1, Nostalgic, Fond Memories, Luminous, and Mnemonic. And those are the names of the engrams from Seasons 1 through Season 11. Presumably, if you had played the game and you have this in your inventory because you haven't played in the last, 10 seasons and you still have those left over, you can do a one-to-one exchange for the current engrams, which is nice here. You don't just lose them. Evergreening. With the end of the Destiny 2's regular release schedule in the Monument of Triumph, we've made major changes to the way we distribute Bright Dust and Chronologues, or offer access to the content from the Eververse and the Reward Pass in the Monuments of Season Pass or Bright Engrams. Each of these changes are from the perspective of supporting the weekly reset that will continue, and on improving access to the many cosmetics that have been offered in Destiny 2 throughout the years. Some highlights of the change we'll cover in greater detail in our patch notes, but a small preview includes, for your Bright Dust and your Chronologs, your Chronolog will now be one of the 4 featured currencies shown across the UI. Listed after Glimmer and before Silver, they will no longer take a spot in the inventory as a result. Bright Dust and Chronologs will shift their focus to be predominantly earned through the seasonal hub, with the weekly earnable amount going up as the hub absorbs other sources. In the Reward Pass, in addition to the shift of the hub, Bright Dust and Chronologs will also be available on the Triumphant Rewards Pass, in part to compensate for the long delay. All Bright Dust on the Triumphant Reward Pass is on the free track. The score boost has been replaced with an additional set of XP boosts, with up to 15% personal and fireteam XP available. The 5 stages of XP boosts will be automatically unlocked based on progress earned on the Lawless Reward Pass. The Triumphant Reward Pass has received additional cosmetic rewards, including 2 additional armor ornament sets, 6 shaders, 2 accessory sets, 2 emotes, a finisher, a holo chip, a ghost hologram, and a skimmer. In our Monuments of Season Pass, the Ash and Iron Pass and the Lawless Reward Pass have been added to that monument because it will be permanently available in the Reward Pass screen. The Triumphant Reward Pass will not be available on the Monuments of Season Pass. The seasonal armor bundles for the Year of the Final Shape have been added to the relevant season in the Monument of Seasons Past. This will allow your Guardian to acquire samples of those armors and unlock them as ornaments. And finally, in the Eververse will be shifting to a more evergreen state. Some changes will be noticeable immediately, including new daily offers tab, while others will occur starting June 23rd. They'll provide more detail in the patch notes on June 9th. And we have our Art of the Week and Movies of the Week, and those are sad, so we're all in our feels. We have a Dunk and a Gambit montage, and then that's everything for this rare Friday TWAB. And hopefully it was plenty. It was plenty, don't worry. There's a lot of changes and challenges coming to the Monument of Triumph, and our goal with this week's 3 articles is to lay it all out. Well, almost all of it. We'll be there with all of you on June 9th, trying out some old exotics with some new catalysts, taking down raid bosses one more time, fighting friends in the most ridiculously private Crucible matches, dropping an idea here, Javelin 4, New Land Beyond only, getting some renewed versions of old favorite returning weapons, and blasting the most annoying horns during some late night SRL races. Honk back if you love Destiny as much as we do. So in case you thought we weren't getting information, there is all the information. And now, we wouldn't be us if we didn't have just a little bit extra for you. So there is way too much information flying across the social web to even try to keep up with it. But there are a couple other things that I'm not sure if we covered. So let's look through this real quickly to see if it's in there. All right, so Sniper KH asked Destiny 2 team, I'm not seeing if this was answered, forgive me if it was, but how will returning players acquire the older artifacts if they didn't claim them in previous seasons? Destiny 2 team says, we expect that returning players will log in and find the artifacts in their inventory without needing to claim them or using them previously. For new players, they will receive the artifacts as part of the Spark of Hope quest. We've seen players asking whether raid and dungeon exotic weapons will be farmable. The answer is yes, they will be farmable. Someone asked about the Arc Hand Cannon from Crucible, but our feed's going too fast for a direct reply. It's a dire promise in an Arc trench coat. One of our more PvP-centric team members who's obsessed with lightning has been waiting for this one for a while. Any word on Pit of Heresy getting a reprise set like Throne? Destiny 2 team says, one might say the set fits the name of the activity. Sounds like a yes. The person questioning why do we have an inbox, Destiny 2 team says, hey, this was in the pipe already. We've always wanted an inbox of sorts for a long time. Understanding the timing feels odd, but we're happy to finally get this into the game. I guess there was maybe an earlier version of the TWAB that listed not swap as a feature, but Destiny 2 team clarifies, TWAB update, minor hiccup. Pantheon will not feature hot swap. Feats, however, will be present. Okay, F5, the article changes should be live. So yeah, so if you read an earlier version and saw not swap in Pantheon, no, it's not there, but there will be feats. And of course, Pantheon 2 will be a permanent addition. It's not leaving the game anytime soon. or anytime ever, really. Let's see. DMG says, watching multiple chats, threads, and reactions, comments stuck out. I can't comprehend how much stuff there is to get. And he says, to quote a colleague on the Sandbox team, quote, my body physically hurts from the amount of items we were updating and implementing, end quote. There is a lot. We hope you like the new stuff, returning favorites, system updates, activity changes, and a few surprises to come. And someone replies, how much remains that hasn't been announced, teased, discussed? And can we get a general roadmap, one more for the road? Or does that remain to be discussed before June 9th? And DMG says we have abilities and armor still to come. So we're going to get big abilities. I don't know if it's a dev insight or a TWAB, but I assume it'll be a separate dev insight like we got the weapons. One for abilities, one for armor. Additionally, a few questions from Twitter. Will the old Pantheon encounters return? 2-time Rogues was a blast. Most of the encounters were great. And will we get one last call to arms event? I'm only missing one triumph for the title. Was looking forward to its return with Shadow and Order. DMG says, no further call to arms. Your call is to hop in for Monument of Triumph on June 9th. No returning Pantheon 1.0. This go will be a fresh slate of bosses. And then for the Brave Arsenal that is returning, someone was asking, are there going to be, or is that holofoil from the original Into the Light version returning? DMG says no. Those will remain unique to Into the Light. However, there is a new holofoil for the Monument of Triumph that will be available on the Brave weapons. And he shows a preview of it, and it looks sort of like yellowy, goldish, but there is a new holofoil coming to those weapons that I assume will be animated like the last one. We'll see. And because I know someone's going to ask, DMG says, no wrath. The Death Zamboni will remain in Destiny 1. Wish it could have come forward. And he's, someone's asking, basically saying, why not? Why couldn't it come forward with all the other stuff that's happened? And DMG says, to be frank, there are lots of reasons we couldn't make it in. Timelines, bandwidth, complexity of the content, rebuilding it, etc. It's a bummer, but a quick thought involving your note on the final shape timing. Would you have been happy with losing over half of what would have been shipped? So basically, we could have given you the raid, but we would have lost a lot of final shape content to make that happen. So, be happy for what you got. Don't mourn what you didn't. And then one final thought, Jensen on Twitter says, hey, Destiny 2 team, can we have more mind cells back? Please? And Destiny 2 team replies, maybe. So, maybe yes, maybe no. Throwing more mind cells around would be good fun. And that's it. That's all we have. There have been a trillion videos. You've watched them by now. I don't need to point them to you. You've watched them. You've been in the fields like with the rest of us. And our lovely patrons like Renard Kalant, who we couldn't threaten with a good time. Our Otter Dance Troop of Hawkstaff 97. Our Grenade Throwers, Bacon Cheeseburger, Golden God 1562, Noble, the Mancuna from Texas, and Farrell. Thank you to all our lovely patrons who, you guys want long shows. I feel we have more than delivered this week. We have given you all the information and then some. So thank you for joining us. Your Titans are Peroty and Night Demon. We have read all of the words, mostly competently. You can find the show wherever you get your podcasts. We're everywhere. Just search Two Titans and a Hunter. Email the show, twotitansandahunter@hotmail.com. Subscribe on YouTube for every new episode, 8-1 video, Eververse goods. And place your bets on what we're going to have going forward with the new rotations and the new updates. What is Night Demon going to have to tell you about? We'll find out. All our shows and notes live at twotitansandahunter.com. If you want to join the Otter Dance Troop, Threads with a good time, throw more grenades, join our Patreon, patreon.com/TTAH. If you're looking for more casual encounter, coffee.com/twotitansandahunter, that's ko-fi.com. And, you have to keep it family friendly. If you're a proper British gentleman, head over to twitch.tv/twotitansandahunter. And, there are streams sometimes. I can't tell you when, but, the things are changing and aren't changing, so you'll just have to go and see what happens. And as I'm out of words, and I'm done, you're done, we'll be back next week with either abilities, armor, and however many thousands more words Bungie wants to tell us about. And until next week, goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Two Titans and a Hunter, a Destiny 2 podcast.